Understanding artificial intelligence and the power of data is still a complex subject in many organizations. That's why Task Managers Limited, in partnership with Makerere University Business School, invites you to the second Data Analytics, Artificial Intelligence and Data Governance Symposium on November 11, 2025 at the Sheraton Kampala Hotel. Join industry leaders, innovators and data professionals as we explore how AI and data analytics are revolutionizing businesses across the globe. The guest of honor will be Michael Ating Ego, the Governor Bank of Uganda, while the keynote speech will be delivered by Patrick Ayota, the Managing Director, NSSF.
This symposium is your gateway to future-proof your organization through data-driven insights. Register now for only 300,000 Uganda shillings. This symposium is sponsored by NSSF, Next Media Group, Africa Data Age, and Pro Entertainment.
Understanding artificial intelligence and the power of data is still a complex subject in many organizations. That's why Task Managers Limited, in partnership with Makerere University Business School, invites you to the second Data Analytics, Artificial Intelligence and Data Governance Symposium on November 11, 2025 at the Sheraton Kampala Hotel. Join industry leaders, innovators and data professionals as we explore how AI and data analytics are revolutionizing businesses across the globe. The guest of honor will be Michael Ating Ego, the Governor Bank of Uganda, while the keynote speech will be delivered by Patrick Ayota, the Managing Director, NSSF.
This symposium is your gateway to future-proof your organization through data-driven insights. Register now for only 300,000 Uganda shillings. This symposium is sponsored by NSSF, Next Media Group, Africa Data Age, and Pro Entertainment.
Understanding artificial intelligence and the power of data is still a complex subject in many organizations. That's why Task Managers Limited, in partnership with Makerere University Business School, invites you to the second Data Analytics, Artificial Intelligence and Data Governance Symposium on November 11, 2025 at the Sheraton Kampala Hotel. Join industry leaders, innovators and data professionals as we explore how AI and data analytics are revolutionizing businesses across the globe. The guest of honor will be Michael Ating Ego, the Governor Bank of Uganda, while the keynote speech will be delivered by Patrick Ayota, the Managing Director, NSSF.
This symposium is your gateway to future-proof your organization through data-driven insights. Register now for only 300,000 Uganda shillings. This symposium is sponsored by NSSF, Next Media Group, Africa Data Age, and Pro Entertainment.
Understanding artificial intelligence and the power of data is still a complex subject in many organizations. That's why Task Managers Limited, in partnership with Makerere University Business School, invites you to the second Data Analytics, Artificial Intelligence and Data Governance Symposium on November 11, 2025 at the Sheraton Kampala Hotel. Join industry leaders, innovators and data professionals as we explore how AI and data analytics are revolutionizing businesses across the globe. The guest of honor will be Michael Ating Ego, the Governor Bank of Uganda, while the keynote speech will be delivered by Patrick Ayota, the Managing Director, NSSF.
This symposium is your gateway to future-proof your organization through data-driven insights. Register now for only 300,000 Uganda shillings. This symposium is sponsored by NSSF, Next Media Group, Africa Data Age, and Pro Entertainment.
Understanding artificial intelligence and the power of data is still a complex subject in many organizations. That's why Task Managers Limited, in partnership with Makerere University Business School, invites you to the second Data Analytics, Artificial Intelligence and Data Governance Symposium on November 11, 2025 at the Sheraton Kampala Hotel. Join industry leaders, innovators and data professionals as we explore how AI and data analytics are revolutionizing businesses across the globe. The guest of honor will be Michael Ating Ego, the Governor Bank of Uganda, while the keynote speech will be delivered by Patrick Ayota, the Managing Director, NSSF.
This symposium is your gateway to future-proof your organization through data-driven insights. Register now for only 300,000 Uganda shillings. This symposium is sponsored by NSSF, Next Media Group, Africa Data Age, and Pro Entertainment.
Understanding artificial intelligence and the power of data is still a complex subject in many organizations. That's why Task Managers Limited, in partnership with Makerere University Business School, invites you to the second Data Analytics, Artificial Intelligence and Data Governance Symposium on November 11, 2025 at the Sheraton Kampala Hotel. Join industry leaders, innovators and data professionals as we explore how AI and data analytics are revolutionizing businesses across the globe. The guest of honor will be Michael Ating Ego, the Governor Bank of Uganda, while the keynote speech will be delivered by Patrick Ayota, the Managing Director, NSSF.
This symposium is your gateway to future-proof your organization through data-driven insights. Register now for only 300,000 Uganda shillings. This symposium is sponsored by NSSF, Next Media Group, Africa Data Age, and Pro Entertainment.
Understanding artificial intelligence and the power of data is still a complex subject in many organizations. That's why Task Managers Limited, in partnership with Makerere University Business School, invites you to the second Data Analytics, Artificial Intelligence and Data Governance Symposium on November 11, 2025 at the Sheraton Kampala Hotel. Join industry leaders, innovators and data professionals as we explore how AI and data analytics are revolutionizing businesses across the globe. The guest of honor will be Michael Ating Ego, the Governor Bank of Uganda, while the keynote speech will be delivered by Patrick Ayota, the Managing Director, NSSF.
This symposium is your gateway to future-proof your organization through data-driven insights. Register now for only 300,000 Uganda shillings. This symposium is sponsored by NSSF, Next Media Group, Africa Data Age, and Pro Entertainment.
Understanding artificial intelligence and the power of data is still a complex subject in many organizations. That's why Task Managers Limited, in partnership with Makerere University Business School, invites you to the second Data Analytics, Artificial Intelligence and Data Governance Symposium on November 11, 2025 at the Sheraton Kampala Hotel. Join industry leaders, innovators and data professionals as we explore how AI and data analytics are revolutionizing businesses across the globe. The guest of honor will be Michael Ating Ego, the Governor Bank of Uganda, while the keynote speech will be delivered by Patrick Ayota, the Managing Director, NSSF.
This symposium is your gateway to future-proof your organization through data-driven insights. Register now for only 300,000 Uganda shillings. This symposium is sponsored by NSSF, Next Media Group, Africa Data Age, and Pro Entertainment.
Understanding artificial intelligence and the power of data is still a complex subject in many organizations. That's why Task Managers Limited, in partnership with Makerere University Business School, invites you to the second Data Analytics, Artificial Intelligence and Data Governance Symposium on November 11, 2025 at the Sheraton Kampala Hotel. Join industry leaders, innovators and data professionals as we explore.
Dr. Tingego, happy to see you. The question you found people asking, we're asking people about the expectations. And they're saying, how can, say, like banks tap? Data does not belong to them, but can actually help them assess that customer, and it's not their data. What's the regulation in those spaces that can help them appreciate and then know this customer better for purposes of credit scoring and lending? But we're going to have more of this. We are trying to bridge the gap to match your timing, and you're coming in. The person seated next to you is Arthur. Arthur is my partner in crime in this particular meeting. He does the practice, I do the academic part of it, and we chase each other around like a dog and its tail. We haven't caught up with each other, but we are together in the same space. Welcome again, Maurice.
Oh, okay.
Your space begins now.
Thank you, Fred. I had many hands up by the time so you are allowed to join. You also now allowed Fred to join the governor. You are now allowed. We can upgrade you now from economy to business class. Ladies and gentlemen, thank Dr. Fred Muhumuza. All right, so our chief guest, the governor of the central bank, we want to thank you for joining us this morning. And ladies and gentlemen, I think we need to do justice by welcoming our governor of the central bank. All right, I'll stay here. Can we warmly welcome our chief guest, the governor of the Bank of Uganda? You're most welcome, sir, and thank you for joining us this morning. He's an extremely busy person, and I was telling Arthur that it's golden when you get the governor to come and join you at any event, and we don't take that for granted, Governor. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of task managers and the Makerere University Business School, welcome to this year's Data Analytics, Artificial Intelligence and Data Governance Symposium 2025. We want to appreciate, can we appreciate everyone for being here with us this morning? We want to appreciate all of you, but more specifically, our sponsors, and as you can see, we will keep flashing the screen with all the sponsors and partners who've ensured we have this very successful event, and all the key stakeholders that are here in the room. So we want to thank you, and may I now take the singular honor and pleasure of inviting our host to make his introductory remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me Arthur Ronald Arinaitwe, the Chief Executive Officer at Task Managers Limited.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I think I prefer that microphone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, I can't hear you. Good morning. I want to take this singular opportunity to welcome each one of you to this important gathering. And let me begin by saluting our chief guest, Mr. Michael, for accepting this invitation on a very short notice. And we can't take it for granted that you made it. And to each one of you, this is the busiest season of the year, because there are strategy seminars and meetings taking place all over the place. And so for you to have made it here means two big things. One, that this is an important conversation that you want to be part of no matter what is happening out there. But also that you honor our invitation. So to that, I want to thank you very much. I want to also thank Mr. Patrick Ayota in absentia for allowing not just to come, but to be our platinum sponsor of this event. We wrote a letter, and the next day we got a confirmation that we are sponsoring that event because we believe in this conversation. And later, we are going to understand why as we hear his keynote address and one of his senior managers being on the panel. I also want to thank our partners, Makerere University Economic Forum, and every organization that has been represented here. And I also want, of course, in a special way, for me to be able to get home and have a good meal, I want to recognize my wife, who is in the bright corner right there in front. Please stand. I am now at peace. And my daughter, Amy, second born, who is in her P7 back. There is too much data in my head about my children. She's the second one, and there are 3 others. But yes, congratulations to her, and for her to not just graduate from primary school and be part of this important gathering with the big boys and big girls. So definitely that's more like a prophecy for her. I would like the slides to be put on. So just reflecting on the journey, it was in 2001 when I was at Makerere University that I came across the concept of data analytics. And at that time, data analytics was purely in Excel pivot tables. So analytics was purely the revolution that had come with pivot tables in 1993. And just reading about how valuable a data analyst was going to be, I made a decision then that I was going to become nothing but a data analyst. And that's why we are today. Last year we gathered here and we launched the corporate trainer. The corporate trainer is a platinum, you will see booklets on your table, that introduces every single person in an organization from as far as we can reach to understand what is data, what is analytics, so that when we scale this up from the basics to AI, Gen AI, and all sorts of things, at least everyone in an organization understands what we are talking about. From experience, most of the organizations I have worked with or trained, there is one big problem. Data literacy is still almost non-existent. And it's something that we want to tackle. It's one of the things that we are going to be talking about today. This symposium asks a very hard question. How do we embed data, AI, and governance into our national DNA? And the subset of that question, how do we move from pilots to policy, from dashboards to decisions, and from awareness transformation? The answer, ladies and gentlemen, lies in 3 shifts, some of which have been talked about already here. We need to, number 1 shift is to move from just having the tools, but to a culture, a data-driven culture in our organizations. Some of our organizations, we have nice tools, fancy tools, but are we actually using those tools to drive true transformation? It's not just about the tools, but it's about mindset change. And so, by the end of today, one of the things that I dream to see is a mindset shift in how we relate with data in our organization. The second shift is moving from data ownership to data stewardship. And I think Isaac from ABSA has talked about it. We have so many silos, data silos, from which even if you wanted to tap into data, you cannot. How do we break that? We want to move that because the true future belongs not to those who collect data, but to those who project it and govern it responsibly. And the third shift is moving from competition to collaboration. How can we work together collaboratively as private sector, as academia, as government, to work together to work on the data that can drive this nation forward? And I think we have already begun to see some possibilities. We have seen a couple of banks right now, including those present here today, already leveraging AI to improve customer experience. We all know that you no longer have to make a phone call to talk to a human person. You respond and correspond with someone behind the screen to answer all the questions that you are interested in. We have hospitals which are using data to predict patient needs. Some. We also have farmers who are embracing analytics drive yield. These things are happening. And we also have some policymakers who are using evidence, not guesswork. Some. We hope that we can drive the policymakers to be more data-driven than emotionally driven, politically driven, and then we will see something happening in future. So through task managers and the corporate trainer, we reaffirm our mission to democratize analytics, to bridge the digital skills gap, to make data-driven decisions, not just a buzzword, but a daily habit across every Ugandan institution. Friends, we stand at crossroads between potential and progress, between what data can do and what we will do with that data. My prayer is that this symposium will mark a turning point where Uganda moves from collecting data, quality data, good data, usable data, to connecting it, moving away from talking about AI, but applying it, hence our theme for this symposium, from insight to impact. So as we begin today's conversation, panels, demos, discussions, let us remember that the future will not wait for us. It belongs to those who act, collaborate, and innovate now. Together, Let's lead Uganda's data revolution responsibly, boldly, and inclusively. Thank you very much, and maybe this symposium be a turning point and a beginning of a good story about how Ugandans are relating with data. Thank you very much. And on that note, I would like to invite our chief guest. You have a correction? Okay. Let me hand over to the MC to do what he's qualified to do.
May we appreciate Arthur, ladies and gentlemen. I know, Arthur, we were trying to make some changes, but very quickly, Fred had made a quick intervention. Perfect. So, Arthur, you have to come back and invite our chief guest. Yeah? Good. I have to consult quite a bit.
Long time ago, I would have to invite someone who has bigger shoes than me to invite the chief guest. But I guess that this is the moment that I have to take the singular honor of inviting our chief guest, Michael Ating Ego, the Governor, Central Bank of Uganda.
Okay, thank you so much, Arthur, and thank you for inviting me to participate in this very important symposium here. So, how do I start? I wasn't here when the protocol was being mentioned, but I want to start on whatever was mentioned earlier on, and by saying good morning to all of you. So I'll start by saying, the distinguished speakers, guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really deeply honored to join you here today as a chief guest at this symposium, not merely as a central banker, but as a fellow traveler on the Uganda's journey towards a data-driven future that holds the promise of transforming our nation's economic trajectory. First, let me begin by commending the Task Managers Limited and Makerere University Business School for their vision in convening this critical dialogue. The theme has been carefully chosen, carefully crafted. You called it a quote, "From insight to impact, operationalizing data, artificial intelligence, and data governance for sustainable growth," unquote. To me, this captures precisely the inflection point at which we find ourselves today. So, let's first of all start by understanding our moment in history. We are meeting here today at an extraordinary convergence point. There are two very important and powerful technological forces that are reshaping our world: the exponential growth of data and the rapid advancement of artificial intelligence. Just consider the scale of what we confront. In 2010, the world generated approximately 2 zettabytes, with a Z, zettabytes, okay? Or 2 trillion gigabytes of data. By 2024, that figure had reached 149 zettabytes, a 70-fold increase. Yet here is the paradox. Up to 90% of this information is unstructured. And a staggering 99% of all the generated data remains unused. This represents the most substantial missed opportunity of our time. Into this ocean of unexploited information has come artificial intelligence, with unprecedented ability to extract meaning from chaos, to transform unstructured data into actionable intelligence. Global AI investment has reached 137 billion, at least in 2024, with ChatGTP reaching 100 million users in just 2 months, the fastest adoption of any technology in human history. Far different. I call it transformation. History teaches us that foundational technologies do not yield immediate returns. Electricity was distributed first in 1882, yet its major productivity impact came in the 1920s, 40 years later, because factories had to be completely redesigned. The technology was ready long before societies learned how to use it. So, we are precisely in that phase now. Companies are investing not just in technology, but in complementary capabilities with the new processes, organizational redesign, and workforce reskilling. This investment temporarily depress returns, even as they lay foundations for the surge that economic modeling is projecting. And it's believed that this is going to add about $20 trillion to the global economy by 2030, an increase in productivity of labor by 40% at least in 2035. The central question for Uganda is whether we will position ourselves to capture our share of this transformation or remain at the periphery as data providers and technology consumers. The answer depends on the choices we make today about infrastructure, governance, skills, and our collective will to lead. So, let me just focus on what is the impact of this in our financial systems today. At the Bank of Uganda, we understand that our core mandate is to ensure price stability and maintain a sound financial system. And that can no longer be achieved through the traditional tools that we have been using. Whatever it takes to fulfill our mandate in this new era, we will do it. And today, whatever it takes means embracing data and AI as our most powerful instruments of oversight and interventions. Now, let's consider, how does AI affect or power financial institutions? The financial services sector is experiencing game-changing transformations in credit and risk assessment. AI algorithms analyze alternative data, mobile phone usage, satellite imagery to establish creditworthiness for previously invisible populations. Let's take the farm drive in Kenya as an example. This farm drive, they aggregate databases to build credit scores for smallholder farmers in Kenya. Coming back home here in Uganda, Nsibuko partners with banks to provide digital financial solutions, enhancing financial effectiveness against financial crime. Most revolutionary is the democratization of sophisticated services, robo-advisors. Make wealth management accessible to customers with low balance accounts, which talks of financial inclusion, not through charity, but through technology. What is the other impact on the financial sector? The digital payments revolution. Sub-Saharan Africa, hosting almost 3/4 of the world's mobile money accounts, has pioneered a payments revolution now studied world over. Fast payment systems like the Ghana's GIP or Brazil's PIX enable real-time, low-cost transactions and transfers 24/7. At the Bank of Uganda, we are actively enhancing payment systems, interoperability, reducing transaction costs, and positioning Uganda as a regional leader in digital financial infrastructure. We do recognize that efficient payment systems are the engines of economic inclusion and productivity. We're also exploring the central bank digital currency. For example, the China's electronic CNY, the pilot demonstrates how digital currency can function as both a digital bank account and digital cash. We approach this with careful deliberations, ensuring that the CBDC working of Uganda will strengthen rather than disrupt our existing ecosystem. In addition, there's another impact on the financial sector, is building trust through technology. Yet, we must remain vigilant. When multiple institutions use similar algorithms, we risk a hardening behavior that amplifies volatility. AI concentrations among few technology firms creates dependencies, potentially outside traditional regulatory frameworks. The most troubling algorithm is discrimination. AI models can perpetuate or amplify existing biases, facial recognition performing poorly on non-white individuals, credit algorithms disadvantaging minorities. This is why responsible governance is an existential AI issue to be considered. At the Bank of Uganda, we are developing a comprehensive AI governance framework, ensuring all AI applications meet the highest standards of fairness, transparency, and accountability. Paradoxically, the same technology creating these risks often also offers powerful solutions. Let's take, for example, blockchain. Blockchain provides secure, transparent transaction recording, and by embedding compliance rules into smart contracts and using zero-knowledge proofs, we can verify regulatory compliance without exposing sensitive data, achieving the critical balance between privacy and oversight. Because here is the truth, innovation must never come at the expense of integrity. Trust is the cornerstone of finance, and without it, our sophisticated systems become castles built on sand. So, having mentioned all this, how do we direct or how do we guide investments into this area, charting the new geography of capital into artificial intelligence? Let me borrow a quote from John F. Kennedy, who once said, quote, "The time to repair a roof is when the sun is shining." In our context, the time to build digital infrastructure is before the next crisis, not during it. So venture capital has become a primary engine for AI innovations. In 2024, the global venture capital investment in AI surged to about $110 billion, up 62% the previous year, accounting for 1/3 of all the global venture capital investment in the world. The United States leads with about 74%, and these are concentrated in hubs like the Silicon Valley, New York, and Boston. While in Europe, clusters are in London, Paris, and Munich, and are closing the gap. China remains the pivotal despite regional slowdowns, with PwC projecting AI to add up to 7 trillion to its GDP by 2030. But also we are seeing that the emerging markets like India and Brazil are attracting significant AI investments, signaling a broadening frontier. The question is, for Uganda, what share of this will we eat into? How do we share our future prosperity? How do we unlock this by intelligent use of data and AI? Where are we in this sphere here? It's very challenging. Are we going to be onlookers? Are we going to be bystanders going forward? So what do we need to do? We need to invest in the foundations. AI innovations creates insatiable demands for foundational infrastructure, data centers, fiber optics networks, cloud computing capacity. Yet the global distribution remains profoundly unequal. The US today hosts nearly 5,400 data centers. Germany is hosting 522. China 448. Entire regions of Africa remain virtually absent from this map. In attracting investment into this infrastructure, 4 key factors stand out. Reliable, affordable energy, because you consume a lot of energy. And it has got to be increasingly renewable. And then also, we need high-speed broadband, accessible land, and then a stable political and business environment. For Uganda, this represents both a challenge and an opportunity. We must align our energy strategy with data-intensive computing demands, streamline the licensing processes, and demonstrate that Uganda is not just a consumer of cloud services, but a credible host for infrastructure that powers the cloud. Now, let's look at the data investment intelligence. At the Bank of Uganda, we leverage advanced analytics to enhance decision-making. Our Research and Policy Directorate builds machine learning models to refine GDP and inflation forecasts. Precision reduces uncertainty, but also we know that uncertainty is the enemy of investment. When we publish accurate forecasts, provide real-time data on financial flows, offer gender disaggregated insights on financial inclusion, we provide intelligence enabling capital to flow efficiently to where it can be most productive. The message to the investors is simple. When you trust the data, you trust the economy. And when you trust the economy, capital flows in to create jobs, build infrastructure, and drive inclusive growth. Now, let's look at the impactful effect of this. And I'm going to do so by looking at the role of artificial intelligence in catalyzing socio-economic transformation, because that is one of the things that our mission is supporting. So beyond financial stability and investment flows, data and artificial intelligence offers something more profound, the ability to fundamentally transform Uganda's socio-economic trajectory in alignment with Vision 2040 and the National Development Plan 4. So it does this in the following ways. 1, by powering productive economics. AI drives productivity gains across every critical sector. In agriculture, AI-powered agtech improves resource efficiency through precision farming. The Twiga Foods platform in Kenya waste from 30% to 5%. In Uganda, the EMIAT project works with farmer cooperatives to equip them with post-harvest knowledge and technologies. In natural resource governance. Uganda's position as a repository of critical minerals. It includes cobalt, lithium, and copper, and this creates enormous opportunities. AI can enhance geological surveys, create geoscientific databases, support efficient exploration, ensuring that there is value generated and it contributes to national development. In healthcare, AI enhances the diagnostic accuracy, particularly in medical imaging. It addresses specialist shortages and enables personalized care. In education, AI-powered tools customize learning, content, and automate routine tasks, addressing teacher shortages. So how does AI address core development challenges? The COVID-19 pandemic provided a definitive proof of concept. Countries like Togo, Nigeria, and the DRC rapidly developed emergency cash transfers without comprehensive social registries by combining satellite data with mobile phone data and machine learning to operationalize delivery at a scale, demonstrating a new model now being integrated into mainstream development policy. At the Bank of Uganda, our commitment is reflected in strategic priorities, enhancing financial inclusion through fintech, promoting digital payments, building capacity in data science and AI. We are developing financial inclusion data dashboards with gender disaggregated insights, thereby enabling precise intervention. Because in a data-driven economy, information is not a slogan, it is a measurable outcome. Now, how about the human imperative, the skills and the future of work? We've talked so much about technology, but none of those applications can succeed without human capital. Technology does not transform institutions. It is the people who transform institutions. So, how does this fit into the story of the changing nature of work? AI is fundamentally altering what makes humans economically valuable. In high AI exposure occupations, we see declining demand for routine cognitive tasks and basic programming. But there's also a rising demand for management and business skills. And this is strategy, leadership, oversight, and judgment. As AI handles technical doing, the premium shifts to uniquely human capacities, asking the right questions, providing strategic direction, exercising judgment and ambiguities in situations where data offers no clear answer. As we will see later, AI relies on historical data, but it's quite hard for it to operate in a world of uncertainty like we are today. So humans are necessary. So research distinguishes between automation, which displaces labor, from augmentation, which creates new work. More concerning is job polarization. New work shifting from middle pay administrative and blue collar roles towards low pay personal services. So we are faced with a situation where there's hollowing out in the middle cadre of employment skills. So in terms of the skill gap, the human cost is immediate. 60% of white-collar workers fear redundancy due to AI, while 96% believe AI can benefit their jobs. The discontent lies in training. 80% of white-collar and 76% of the blue-collar workers demand more AI training than employees provide. For Africa, AI preparedness is rated lowest worldwide due to skills, education, and infrastructure weaknesses. And without interventions, AI premature deprofessionalization, the shrinking of high-skill job space before economies develop them. At Bank of Uganda, we are investing heavily in human capital, training staff in Power BI, Python, R, Azure, establishing communities of practice, partnering with the IMF, financial sector, depending of Uganda, and of course, academic institutions. So I want to congratulate the corporate trainer platform for contributing to Uganda's digital skilling agenda. Private sector initiatives are essential for closing the skills gap. So we need to understand how human intelligence works through the cognitive divide. To navigate transformation successfully, we must understand what distinguishes human from artificial intelligence. Current AI systems are prediction machines, calculating probabilities from historical patterns, backward-looking, optimized where the past predicts from the future. Human cognition is fundamentally different. We are causal engines, developing a cause and effect theories, asking what-if questions, building mental models, understanding why things happen. Imagine that an AI trained on every text written, let's take it up to 1633, asked about cosmos, it would confidently support the geocentric view, not because it is true, but because its training data supports that consensus. What do humans do? So ask yourself, what did Galileo do to challenge consensus despite the persecutions? What enabled the Wright brothers to believe in the flight when evidence suggested the impossibility? Data, belief asymmetry, holding beliefs contrary to data. Nobody would ever think that something can fly in the air because data had not given it before. So these guys were in a data belief asymmetry. They were not relying on past data. So they were saying, what if I put something that will fly in the air? There was no data to support it. So that's where the humans come in. So AI exhibits data belief asymmetry. It cannot believe what data doesn't support. It only believes what data supports. This makes it powerful for managing risk in stable environments, but fundamentally unsuited for navigating uncertainty where past offers no reliable guide. Take, for example, we are living in a world of uncertainty right now. There is global uncertainty, policy uncertainty. So if you are going to use AI tools to guide your decision making, you cannot come with good policies to address the challenges that government is very necessary, even when you have this data. So we therefore need to develop a strategic framework. And this framework suggests that deploy AI to exploit the known, okay, but reserve human intelligence for exploring the unknown. The most successful organizations and nations will master this symbiosis, harnessing AI not to replace people, but to free them from the predictable and empower them to confront the unknown, create new tasks, generate novel knowledge, lead with a purpose into uncertain future. So, what kind of governance do we need if we are going to have this? We need a governance framework for this. So the governance framework is important because it builds trust. All of this depends on trust, yet trust is eroding. Confidence in AI companies to protect data has fallen from 50 to 47 in between 2023 and 2024. This erosion is not irrational. We have witnessed algorithm bias, AI-generated defects, privacy violations, and hallucinations generating false information. The response cannot be to slow innovation, but neither can we proceed recklessly. AI has a potential to reduce wage inequality by automating high-skilled tasks, but may simultaneously increase wealth inequality by concentrating returns to capital owners. Without proactive local capacity, AI may exacerbate cross-country inequality. So globally, we see shifts from principles to... So let's look at the framework. The OECD AI principles promote inclusive, transparent AI. The EU Act takes a risk-based approach. The Council of Europe's Framework Convention represents the first international treaty governing AI. For Uganda and Africa, the challenge is developing a governance fostering innovation while mitigating risks through soft law, regulatory sandboxes, and hard law approaches. At the Bank of Uganda, our governance framework ensures rigorous validation, ethical data management, and central human oversight. We learn from innovation like zero-knowledge proof, demonstrating how to verify compliance without exposing sensitive data. Because what we build through responsible governance is the social license to operate, the public trust enabling innovation to flourish. So what's my call to action? My friends, Uganda stands at crossroads. Down one path lies a dependence on imported technology, foreign expertise, external frameworks, risking premature deprofessionalization. But down the other path lies agency, shaping our digital destiny, building systems reflecting our values, participating as creators. The choice is ours, but standing still is not an option. So therefore, to policy institutions, institutionalize data governance, invest in digital infrastructure, make evidence-based decision-making the standards. To the private sector innovators, build ethical, inclusive, context-appropriate AI solutions, invest in training, because 80% of the workers demand more AI skills than you provide. To the academia and the researchers, bridge evidence with policy through applied data science. Your graduates and insights are transformations of raw materials. To development partners, support Africa in building foundational AI capacity, finance infrastructure, skills programs, governance frameworks. And to all of you who are gathered here, commit to collaboration, build bridges between government and industry, regulators and innovators, researchers and practitioners. So how do I conclude this? I want to conclude this by saying, turn insights into impact. Ladies and gentlemen, from insights to impact is more than a theme. It is a mandate. We know AI is transformative. We know it requires patient investment. We know it can strengthen financial system, guide investment, and enable transformation. We also know it demands new skills, ethical governance, and human AI symbiosis. The question is whether we have the will, the capacity, and the unity of purpose to translate insights into. At the Bank of Uganda, we've made our choice. We are transforming from a data collecting institution into a data-driven central bank where insights inform policy, evidence powers reform, analytics strengthen oversight, and innovation serves stability. We will invest in technology, but more importantly, in people. We will advance digitalization with digital defenses. We will promote innovations while safeguarding integrity. Because our measure of success is not in the system sophistication, but how we effectively use those systems to serve Ugandans. Not data volumes, but prosperity generated. Not AI advancement, but contribution to financial stability, inclusive growth, and sustainable development. The journey is a generational marathon begins with a step. Every transformation begins with a choice. Rather than to follow, is to act rather than observe, to build rather than to consume. Today, choose to lead. Let's work together, regulators and innovators, scholars and citizens, government and industry, to ensure that data and AI serve the public good, strengthen financial systems, guide smart investment, and uplift all Ugandans. On behalf of the Bank of Uganda, I commit our steadfast partnership through responsible data governance, ethical AI adoption, evidence-based policy making. We will promote price stability and a financial system soundness in support of Uganda's socio-economic transformation. I want to thank Mr. Arthur Ronald Arinaitwe and the organizers for this timely convening, and I wish you all fruitful deliberations, and I look forward to the day, not far from today, when we look back on this symposium as a moment of Uganda's decisively chosen to turn insights into impact. I thank you all for your kind attention, and God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our chief guest.
Thank you. And I really like that there was no prompting and you all stood to give him a standing ovation. That was really honorable. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Well deserved. And we don't want to let our chief guest go very quickly before we give him a small token. So I'll invite Arthur Inaitwe to come. We have a very small token from task managers to appreciate our chief guest. I'll invite Dr. Fred to come and also witness this, because Doctor, you're a partner in organizing this. And as you mentioned, it's the dog, Arthur is the head and Fred is the tail, and they keep chasing each other and they haven't met. So we'll do the honors. Our chief guest from task managers. You want to speak to this? And I like this. This is very powerful.
Yeah, I want to kindly, since my hands are holding things, let's give him another round of applause. I think that was a chief guest address, but it was something more than just that. You would think it was a chief guest. I was talking with Percy there, like it was a chief guest stroke keynote address. So it's done extremely fantastic. And I know I have a book on my table. It's a daily devotional for men. I know that you are a firm believer in God, and may this devotional guide you all the way. Thank you very much.
You can remove it properly, because I know you're struggling to hold this, because I know this is also something else. So you can, we want people to see that it's, yes, there you go, even better. Big applause, ladies and gentlemen. And then there is this, yes, Arthur. Thank you very much. So to make this picture a bit more friendly, I'll invite Gloria, I don't know why she's run to come. They are our panelists, because we can't have three men in one photo. It looks extremely terrible. With the permission of our chief guest, we'll invite, yes, Gloria, please come. It's the chance you may have to have a photo with the governor. And of course, our other panelists, both Percy and Edson, please come. We have someone from Stanbic. Peter, please come. I think Peter is here representing Rita. Yes. In case Rita comes, Peter will delegate, but it would be nice to our panelists here with our chief guest. So ladies and gentlemen, one more time, please appreciate our chief guest. And his departure will be at leisure, so we will not keep him too long. He will decide when he departs, and I'll ask Arthur to ensure that our chief guest gets his items. Just make sure. Thank you very much. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, very quickly, I'll invite Dr. Fred Mohom. Dr. Fred Mohomza will be running us through data analytics, AI, and data governance from potential to actual. And as a partner of this, the second data analytics, AI, and data governance symposium, he will tickle us because what the governor has done is given us a proper masterclass. And now, over to you, sir, now to even tickle us even more so that we leave this place more intelligent than we left. Or than we came.
Governor, thank you very much for the insights you have given us. We're going to keep chewing on the card that you have left us with. Departure is at leisure. We understand where you are going. The timelines, they are very strict. So wish you journeymas wherever you are going. But I wanted to take an opportunity at this point to pick up one or two things that the governor has left us with. But before I get there, Arthur mentioned his daughter who did P7, and Arthur is right to be looking at secondary because this daughter is not going back to primary. They are done with P7, so next is secondary, and that is senior one. But it pains me really, talking about matters of data, for us to discover who has dropped out of primary by using UNEB results. This is 7 years, and you're waiting for UNEB to tell you 2 million enrolled, 600 have sat exams, so the balance dropped out. Really? When I was growing up, there used to be roll call every day. Present, sir, absent, madam. What happened? I mean, every day you can know which child came to school and which child is not in school. And you act accordingly. And every time the teacher would know this child has been absent for 3 days, would ask. And there is a neighbor in that class who will tell you she's sick. So where are we? Now, a young man just sent me a message this morning asking for money. He has lost his cousin. I can't verify. Because I know people are lying us these days. Somebody killed his father, then his wife, looking for money. But this country is supposed to have a birth and death registration. I will now be and what is his name, and I check whether I have shifted from the living to the dead. And then I know whether I'm funding the living or, because you know we fund them differently. The living, you give them less money. The dead, you give because one off, you don't die twice. So Mabogo is bigger than when you are alive and you're looking for. That's use of data make decisions, right? I'm an economist and I want to allocate my money in the right ways, but I don't have the data on how do I make these critical decisions. So we want to really push government to say this should have been the last census. We should not be spending 300 billion to go around counting people. When every time they are born and they die, somebody is there. And that person can give us the information. I want the population as of yesterday midnight. What was it? We have smartphones. We can do apps. That person in the village responsible for this data can pick it, put it on the app, and automatically upload and update. This is what we are looking for. I was chatting with the governor here saying demand. You know, demand is linked to employment. Are people having jobs? Are they spending? Uganda, we wait to do a survey 3 years to find out who is employed and who is not. Really? The Americans find out by end of every month. And we can do that. People know, we know who is paying the VAT, who is contributing to NSSF, who stopped, what has happened, are they out of job? I mean, this big data is what we really need. Has my friend come from the direct medical team? Not yet. You know, when we are budgeting, and I've been in the budgeting processes for almost forever, we allocate money by number of beds in a hospital, on the assumption that a hospital with 100 beds is bigger than a hospital with 50 beds. And that's the wrong thing. These beds may have no patients on them. So you can't allocate money by number of beds. Now, what do they do in the private sector? This is a study I did 15 years ago. When you go to the private sector, and these are indicators also available, bed occupancy rate. I may have 50 beds, but they're occupied by 3 patients every week. Then you know I'm having a lot of patients and I need that money. And the other guy with 100 beds, they are empty for a whole month. That guy should get no money. So when are we upgrading to that level? And I ask my medical teams, do you have bed occupancy rate data? That one we don't collect. Then how am I giving you a budget? Why should I give you money? So our budget, these discussions, so we are in a very heart of big data, and as it's been noted, data gaps are with us, data inaccuracies are with us, but let's start. We'll clean up that as we go along, right? The moment we begin to see we need the data more refined, more clearer, it will give us the stories. I don't know whether these slides are able to show. Where is a clicker? Somebody needs to show the slide here. I just want to tease you about what is happening. I was reading and I was told the AI people have allowed the Indians to access AI facilities freely. Ugandans, of course, you are just 45 million, and some of you are poor, some of you are young. But when India moves, 600 million people are moving. That's big data. So they will think you have offered them free AI facilities. What are these guys speaking? The data. The data. So when we look through where the economy is going, let's move to the next slide, please. Okay, this is the slide. By 2030, and this is by McKinsey, thank you, my friend who generated this for me. We project that AI will contribute 15.7 trillion to global GDP. 14% boost in world GDP. Now in Uganda, we are trying to grow GDP by tenfold, from 50 billion. I don't know how much of this is supposed to come from AI. We are projecting that Asia will be the leading projected contribution with about 7.9 trillion, but that's like 6% of that. North America. Now, Uganda is still building a standard gauge railway. And we're going to spend 4 billion on that. Shouldn't we be building other things? You know, these data channel things? That's why we should be investing, collecting that data. So are we speaking to ourselves? I'm just asking questions as an academic. My boss, thank you for coming. My dean is in the house. And also my board member, the Economics Forum, we have a board. Dr. Roneta Atkunda, thank you very much for coming in. Our chair is the deputy governor. So we are sitting right where we want to be actively influencing the things. Of the 15 trillion contribution to global GDP, 6.6 will come from the higher productivity, literally increasing productivity, and 1 trillion from consumption side effects. How do I stimulate consumption of Ugandans? Do I know what they are taking? Many of us are eating things that are coming from wheat. Wheat is an imported product. But somebody is driving our appetite, our consumption. You now want a chapati, you want bread. When was the last time you ate maize? Roasted, for that matter? You are supporting a Russian and a Ukrainian who grow the wheat, not the person in China, Mkaka and Hoima, where I come from, who grows the maize and the millet. Now, those are dynamics, but I need to know that data. What are Ugandans consuming? How is that reflecting in the data? That data is available, but we're not analyzing it. You have no idea how much wheat we're importing in this country. I will even surprise you. G-nuts, ground nuts, are coming from Malawi. Ground nuts. Peas are coming from Canada. Who is watching? Where are we? Are we growing our economy? Are we growing other people's economy? What is the problem? Chinatown is not a mall for comparison with Nakumati and Tuskys. It is Chinatown. And that's the government of China. Tuskys is a private investor who has to borrow from a bank I won't mention at 30%. But Chinatown is borrowing at what rate? 0. The other day, China dropped rates. They were too high at 2.5. They dropped them. In Uganda, the benchmark rate, the governor just said it the other day, 9.75 central bank rate. Rediscount 12 of 13.7. You cannot compete with China town. But that's the space we are in. This data is key to help us analyze. So I don't know who is the threat to your business. It's not your neighbor. It's not even the floods downtown. But we can help you and Arthur to analyze who exactly is your real threat and how you can structure your business. This is the conversation we want to have today. As this world grows out, AI and automation are going to give us the things. Am I moving? Where am I supposed to paint? In heaven or on earth? I have swiped. Okay, guys, let's go to the next slide. I know somebody is a backup for me somewhere. There must be a backup somewhere. I wanted to say, why is AI important for us in Africa? Our population is growing. We are going to move from 1.5 billion to 2.5 billion. That's why China is bringing Chinatown here. You guys are going to be consuming. That's why things are going to be here, and you need to be speaking to that. What is that future population going to look like? My Chancellor, Dr. Crispus Kionga, has tasked me to look at food security. Uganda is going to have 70 million people by 2050. Where are they going to be living? Not Kamocha. They are not going to be in Boyogerere. Where are they going to be? Does anybody know? You should be building houses there. Where are they going to be? What will they be eating? What basic needs will they be needing? You need to say after the Gen Zs, because that's going to be the after the Gen Zs. That's what they are going to be. What are they going to be looking like? What are they going to be asking for? Should we still have Budo as a school? Shouldn't we have, people learning from the cloud? I know many of you are doing masters and PhDs from foreign universities. So when does a child begin to start the P1 online? That's big data, right? And that's using it for the planning. My friends NSSF are coming. I don't know what you're going to do with that Lumumba Avenue thing. I have no idea. I was at the ministry when they revised it from, I think, 14 floors to 27 floors. I told them, please don't. Before I woke up and slept, they had revised it. Who is going to be there? And which government? Government is also going to go digital because we are pushing it there. So this is why it is important for Africa. By 2030, projected continent's economic growth will be that much. But if we get the data right, by 2024, there were more than 2,400 AI companies on the continent. How many in Uganda? We don't even have that data. We don't know how many AI companies are in Uganda. We don't have a regulatory framework. Our neighbor Rwanda already has put it theirs up. Let's move to that next slide. I just have 2 more slides and I go away, including the one I'm looking at, which you are yet to see. No, it's not that one, certainly. That is artificial intelligence trying to, to eat up my things and organize me to get me out of here. Yes. Look at which sectors you should be looking at. Retail is going to be driven by AI and big data analysis. A friend of mine is coming in here. She moved houses, but stocked the entire house out of apps. Said, I need a bed. And somebody said, if you need a bed, I think you also need a mattress. What about a pillow? By the way, I also sell bed sheets and bed covers. The whole package was delivered to her home. She paid online and went home and found exactly the things she needed. So retail is not going to be down in Chikobo. When I hear somebody is building over the channel, I don't know what is going to be doing. That channel building can't be shifted. You need to build where is the world going. So retail is going to be driving the agenda, consumer packaged goods, and they'll be finding us wherever we are. Thanks for innovative guys like Cafe Javas. Now they find us wherever we are. We don't have to walk there. COVID taught them a lesson and they adjusted. So what is your business like is the conversation we want to have. You may have a business today and tomorrow it's gone. But you need to move before the business moves so that your business goes with you. But how are you directing your business? Big data is there to help us understand these kinds of things. So you can see the whole ranking, banking is moving, but I was saying banking is not the ABSA, my friends. Yesterday I had to come to your branch because the governor says, if I haven't transacted for 6 months, it's a dormant account. But I've been, doing other things. I receive my money by apps, I spend it by apps. I don't need the bank. And the apps are not banks. So if you guys keep blocking my account that is dormant, I'll move it to the app. And I don't want to do that. So how do we change the regulation? Is the conversation I want to have with you here. So my last slide, please. These are the sectors. And sorry, you won't see Uganda in that list because, as I've said, we haven't posted ourselves. So people who are trying to say priority sectors by AI application by country, agriculture, of course we know we are an agricultural country, but we couldn't feature because they couldn't find us. Zambia, which is selling us maize, is up there. Did you know we import maize from Zambia? At the ministry, we tried to support in manufacturing and agro-processing. And one of the agro-processors complained and said, please, can you talk to the Zambian people to remove the ban on export of maize? I said, but you guys, that ban should be helping you. I say, I import my maize from Zambia. So we are not in here, but this gives us an idea on where we should be going, and we are not on that chart. We need to get on that chart faster. We still have a lot of unstructured data. We are in silos. Silos are not bad, but you must put beams to connect the silos. You must put windows. There are no pillars in the middle of this building, but the pillars are there, but there is a beam connecting. So how do we make sure data in URA speaks to data in BOU, speaks to data down in Casita, speaks to data in the bank, so that we can get a clear picture of what is happening with protection of the data, as Governor emphasized. We want to access the data, but privacy needs to be protected. Now, which regulator is speaking to that? I hope the regulators are here, and if they are not here, we are going to follow them up. I've seen one or two. My word was plural, not a regulator. I want regulators. Hope you are here. My name is already somewhere. My face is already somewhere. If I'm required to take a national identity to get a passport, then why do I have to come for the passport? You already have my information. Shouldn't I just apply online and pay and you send me my passport? But they are saying, no, you must turn up, put a thumb. I did all those things with NIRA. So why is immigration asking for it from me? For heaven's sake. I have school pay. I can know who is paying for children here, how many of them. Now, I will keep the secrecy because your wife might know you have 3 children and you are paying for 10, which is okay. But I need to know you are paying for 10 because that can be a tax exemption. Because you're already supporting Ugandans, right? This is how Mamdan won. He said, people raising children in this current generation is expensive. I'm going to lower the cost of daycare to 0. I'll put free buses for people. But he's using data. So won't tell your spouse you're paying, and it could be the other way around. The spouse is the man who doesn't know that part of the Kameza is paying for other children's fees. But I need to know the burden you are carrying as an individual so that we can see how best do we support you. The American government is coming out of a shutdown, the longest ever, but what was big at stake, 40 million Americans need food support. This is a mighty America. 40 million Americans don't have food. Minus government, they would starve. And there are many others who sleep in dormitories. Not that because they are not working, but the American system has assessed you work, but you are paid little. Let's meet you halfway. We'll give you free accommodation, free services, free utilities, free transport. Whatever you're left with, go to Tuskys and shop. Do we have that information to guide the governor's monetary policy statement? Are we analyzing that data? And with what purpose? So please, let's have a discussion of getting out of silos, seeing how we protect our data, but also how we release whatever is needed to guide. This is what this meeting is about. Morris, you need to give me Mugisha, which is a blessing. And we proceed. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we appreciate Dr. Fred Muhumuza? You can take your seat. Hopefully, when Percy saves me some time, Doctor, before you run away, we can ask some questions, very hard questions, all right? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a bit more optimistic than Dr. Fred most of the time. In every statement, throw in a bit of, a statement that you worry sometimes when you have politicians in the room on whether they might walk out before they make their opening statements. But Fred, we appreciate that, and we appreciate that you're very honest. He speaks like a Mchiga, yet he's not a Mchiga. Maybe he's a Mufuruchi where he is. And if your neighbor doesn't know who a Mufuruchi is, then clearly they are part of the development partners that the governor was talking about. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to quickly turn you to the next bit of our program, which is where we have our keynote. As you clearly can see, Mr. Yote is not in the room, but he has sent us an able person in the names of Fred Percy Kisa, who's a data tech executive, a digital transformation leader. He's AI enthusiastic, and with over 15 years of experience in the digital transformation space at NSSF. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Fred Percy Kisa.
My name is not Mr. Patrick Ayota, but ably representing him, like Morris has mentioned. My namesake Fred. Doctor, at this rate, people had gone into the era of naming the Gen Z names, but I think at this rate, they might get back and start naming Fred. And after seeing what we are going to deliver today, so the name is not patented, so you can advise your nephews and nieces to name this beautiful name. There is power in names, you know that, eh? So it's not by mistake that you find certain names get to excel. Eh? But having listened to the Bank of Uganda governor's speech, we all believe that it doubled both as guest of honor and a keynote speech. Do we agree? It did. Having listened to Dr. Muhumza, the submissions and the questions that he raised, I think that we've set pace. I would like to note that it seems like the managing director, Mr. Patrick Ayota, and the governor were reading from the same page in terms of the keynote. I have staggering statistics here that I won't go through again because the governor ably went through them. I'm a firm believer that when you're in digital transformation, AI and data, you constantly adjust according to what is going on. With the submission of Dr. Fred Muhumza and the governor, I will not go through this 5-page keynote speech, but I'll highlight a few things and spare enough time for some of us to respond to what the governor really submitted and Dr. Fred Muhumza just before we get into the panel. Do we agree? Make it more interactive. Eh? So I'll just highlight a few things. Last year, we came here for our first symposium, and we were talking about awareness to action. We set ground. We are talking about from insight to impact. Okay? I will not tell them the next theme for next year. It's okay. Let me keep them guessing. So, but a few things. What is the opportunity? Data and AI as engines of economic transformation. We cease just to talk about the basic of, or what we call traditional drivers of GDP. But we are talking about increasing productivity, deepening inclusion, and opportunities to sustain human dignity. And when we talk about AI, we should focus about human dignity. That is very important. I won't go into detail. The governor and Dr. Fred have ably. I was supposed to go in detail, talk about the experience of NSSF, what we've done with data and AI. It is true, I dare say when all the private sector is here and everyone, that we are ahead. We are very advanced in AI. That is not a question in this room. But that is, thank you. So, all the improvement in service that you see, we made a decision that we will use data. Data will be an asset. Because technology can be copied by anyone. Anyone can have Oracle, Microsoft, and everyone. The differentiator is what are you doing with your data. That's what gives you the agility. That is what they cannot copy about your business and model. So we've done great and amazing things, but I'll just tell you, most of them you know, but I'll just tell you what we are delivering this year and next year. So when you call NSSF, you'll be speaking to humans and you won't even know that you're speaking to AI. Calls coming in, calls going out. We've already tested it, piloted, and that is this year. Next year, Arthur, I would like us to commit, and Fred, that when the managing director gets an abrupt assignment, like he got today morning, and he told me to come here, we are going to have an avatar here, and he's going to speak. Okay? That is what we are going to have. And I commit that we'll fund that, work together. That is what should happen going forward next year. Okay? And that should speak to why we've made a lot of progress. I don't need permission from managing director to commit that kind of investment. You understand? We've been empowered. People are empowered. And that is part of the reason why we've been able to advance in this space. So from insight to impact in practice, I would like us to look at the challenges, bridging the implementation gap. I would like us to look at the issue of governance and ethics, building trust in AI. That is very important. Ladies and gentlemen, may I say that the issue about AI is not what it can do, but the focus is and should be, what should AI do? Ladies and gentlemen, you hear me out? Usually the question is not about technology, what technology can do. We've been sampled and now we know. We are firm believers. I don't think we have any doubting Thomases in here. But the thing is, what should technology do? What should AI do? And that speaks very much to what our chief guest alluded to, the human factor. The human factor. AI is powerful. We are innovating, doing amazing things. The reality is that even when we are talking about super intelligence coming up, the bit of empathy will still not be natural. There's something within a human being that still we should not fear AI, which we build ourselves. We should embrace AI. I'm a firm believer in augmentation. I think that the most important role of AI and data will be to augment the human intelligence, and we work together. Take away the routine and repetitive work, and we focus on the more productive bit, the higher levels of reasoning, right? And productivity. Ladies and gentlemen, this symposium is a call for collaboration. The academia, the regulators, the private sector, and everyone, that we may collaborate. And so how do we move from insight to impact. So, like I said, a lot of my keynote and the staggering numbers and everything won't be different from the governor. So can we use this time, since we have a bit of private sector, I would like to ask a few questions. Noting what Dr. Fred Mahomes has asked and what the governor delivered. Maurice, we've done this very well. I saved you a lot of time. We were with Maurice last week, and he had lost about 3 hours. And in my keynote at Ease of Doing Business, I saved him 2 hours. Maurice, you owe me. May this, yes, let the mic move around. I'm interested in the private sector, the colleagues that are here. A few comments about what the governor submitted and what Dr. Mahomes has raised. In terms of a few thoughts, what has run in your mind as we are here? I will not go in the detail of the keynote, like I've said, but I would want to hear from what is submitted, what Dr. Mahomes has submitted, a few things, about 5 tables randomly from the private sector. Any thoughts? Any thoughts around governance, ethics? Yes?
Thank you very much. My name is Daniel Bugwisa. I run a law firm called Tower Advocates. I liked that the governor emphasized the role of human capital, but the conversation, we must challenge ourselves to go back to what is humanity. Because when you say empathy is one thing that AI cannot replicate, do you realize how many of us have lost that? The example I'll give, and I think that AI is trying to copy as much as possible that is human. I'm doing an MBA that is AI-driven, and I was doing a paper for statistics, and I was struggling. So I texted it and said, I'm having a hard time understanding this. And it said, I'm so sorry. Hang in there, you're almost getting it. And I heard that we have people in the academic space. How many lecturers will tell you that? They're going to say, you're unserious. So I think for me, the challenge for us is how much of the human aspects can we actually harness and grow? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I expected that applause. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Robert Chintu. I'm also a data scientist. I think from Fred's submission, the other Fred, Dr. Fred, the element of collaboration of departments in government, we waste a lot of time repeating the same information, filling the same forms, yet we can actually use the same script. If we can reduce that, I think it's taking a lot of money from private sector, whereby you are told to go fill in this form. You fill that form when you're at NIRA or you are at the passport office, but you're repeating the same thing. In Rwanda, some of these things have changed. But with Uganda, how far can we move to move that out, especially license? And the other question I have, if there are people here from URSB, why do we need to have certified resolutions when it just disturbs my understanding and you're trying to quicken the process? There are certain things that are disturbing that we can stop and move these things, and the company registered in only 3 hours. Thank you very much.
Can we clap for Robert? Very pertinent issues. Robert, that's a good question, and I must say that of doing business, and these were government ministries and parastatals coming together, and that is the same issue that we are answering. So we committed. There was the head of public service and the PSST. We committed. URSB was represented, NSSF, UIA, NITA-U, and NIRA, and the passport office and driving license, a number of parastatals. So this is what we committed to, that any person that is registering a business should have a one-stop center. And we have a timeline by June of next year. That when you register your business with URSB, you don't have to go to NSSF, you don't have to go to URA, everything should be seamless. As I speak, NSF and URA has a joint project they are working on. The details will come later to see that those two institutions that are responsible for the highest revenues in the country, okay, do work together. I promise you that from business, where I represented the managing director, we committed that we are going to invest a certain considerable amount of money, and when you have your national ID, which is already known at the passport, everywhere, you don't have to be as thumbprints when you go to do your driving license, when you come to NSSF. So the truth is we've noted that has been leading us back, and we have committed. And this is, I promise, and I can stand confidently, we are going to deliver that. And it's been a big issue. It's going to be done.
Thank you so much. My name is Caesar Wisdom Favor, and I'm a data station.
Another organization, another, don't take it personal. These are humans, eh? And we have a bigger call. This sort of platform that Arthur is giving us should be what we look at. Does it make a lot of sense? So that's one of the ways we are going to make sure that this conversation does not stop here in the boardroom, does not stop at this podium, but you have people that are going and are doing this. But the core of your question, Gloria has noted from NITAU and other regions. All I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, we've tried out blockchain at NSSF, a use case, and it is safe technology, and that is the fundamental of all those applications, but I won't go into the details. Dr. Holmes, I will not respond. Let us have another question, but I know since he's a host, he can come in any time. Meanwhile, Maurice, how many more questions should we take? About 2. Thank you. So the 2 questions, there will be one here, the second one with a lady there. I won't limit the ladies. The third one will be lady in green. No other ladies, so you get the chance as the gentleman.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Siraj Kanyesije. I'm an auditor and a tax consultant. First of all, I want to thank you for this engagement. I want to add to what my friend said here. This issue of data integration and service delivery. I think one most important thing is that even government entities look at each other as competitors. 40, 50 years. You design a road, 5 years. You design a system, 5 years. So if we are to pick what AI and technology is bringing around here, we need to think long term, design policies and processes that actually deliver long-term results. But today I may have a loss because of what I'm doing today, but will give me more beneficial things 5, 10 years ahead. I think if we get that dealt with, adopting, going with AI will be much more easier. And then, as regulators, let's not regulate for today. Let's regulate for tomorrow and the days that come thereafter. Otherwise, if we regulate for today, we miss out tomorrow's benefits. I thank you.
Thank you. That is for noting and to think about, right?
Hello, this way. My name is Olu from Logix Technical Solutions. It's a pleasure to be here, Arthur. Thanks for this event. Now, we're here talking data. Sometimes it feels like, much as we refer to Uganda and how do we utilize data and all that kind of stuff, it might be redefined as Kampala, because almost, if not all, the data utilization seems to be locked up in the central point. So I have a number of questions, but obviously not enough time for all that. Question would be, one, with all this data being collected, whichever region of the country you're in, will there ever be a chance where the private sector can actually be able to have some sort of a repository, paid for or free or whatever it is, where we can actually run inquiries or questions to be able to derive stuff? Because, for example, guys go crazy about ChatGPT, but it's much more in a global platform. If I get on ChatGPT right now and say, how many matatus are in Kampala? It is not going to give me an accurate response to that. It's also data. But if we had something which is more localized, which can speak to whatever business sectors we're in, it helps to inform how we transact our businesses, how we can enhance what we do and transact. Now, I don't think some of this actually falls under the Data Protection Act, but what process or what will government do to actually create something that we can tap into that would help businesses? And how do we get this sort of tool or strength to be utilized by the general masses? Because most of the time, all this fancy conversation we're having seems to only be focused and targeted at those based in Kampala. How about this guy up country? How is he able to use data to his daily operation, business operation and stuff? These are things I think we need to think about. And thanks a lot to, I think, Dr. Fred, very eloquent guy, my first time of hearing him talk. It's impressive. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Arthur, this further underpins the reason why this is very important, to have these conversations, and so I would do. But I'll tell you, for example, and you're very right and spot on that. One of the things that we've done at the fund is we've created what we call FinLead. I don't know whether anyone has interacted with our financial literacy chatbot, which you can ask anything that you want to invest, from poultry, piggery, trees, localized to the Ugandan setting. And it will give you accurate answers with everything that you need to. That's a typical example of something that we sent out. Currently, what we are doing is we program with UBOS, Ministry of Finance, Bank of Uganda. We're trying to engage at that level and say, we have all this data. Can we be able to create a central repository where the private sector, who are good at investing, using this data for investment, can use, such that we don't do, Dr. Fred Moms, I'm with you. This issue of spending money, going to do surveys, that data is way past. In this era in which we are, when we have all data, for example, I can tell you, NSSF has all the information you need about employment. What was the impact of COVID? Which sectors, how are they growing? Bankers don't run to me, but I'm able to know which sectors are performing well, which gender, how people are defaulting. You can tell how the economy is moving. And we have Bank of Uganda, we have NSF, we have URA, we have NITAU. Honestly, managers, executive, private sector, ladies and gentlemen who are here, why should we be doing a survey every after 2 years and 3 years and this? Is there someone from MUBOS who is here? I agree with Dr. Mumuza, honestly. It should not happen. It cannot happen because we have enough data points, real data, to provide these things. Why should people be buying data? Private sector investing in data, yet we have all these data points as regulators, as MDAs. I
have the mic. My name is, and I just actually, he had landed my point, and it was about the whole copy and paste. We need to learn to localize, because in my field, as I analyze policies, in fact, this is kudos to URA and Ministry of Finance, you realize that Uganda is doing a lot more than what other African countries are doing. And in fact, most countries come and benchmark from Uganda.
Can we clap for that? It is a fact. I know. It is a fact.
Yes, so mine is, and if I'm to play devil's advocate, the government is actually doing the best that it can. It's just as, like the governor said, Africa has the lowest penetration so far. So it may take us a bit of time, but we should commend government for what they are doing. They're not just seated, they are at least doing something. I thought I should mention that because I've witnessed it in my line of work. Thank you.
Gentlemen, let's clap for the lawyer. A lawyer submitting like that is very impressive. I'll tell you why. In NSSF, there is no paper. We removed paper totally. But we've created what we call DOCSA internally. I think it's at this point that I request the brilliant team I work with of NSSF to stand up. I'm making is this, that when we did this, we realized that the legal department, it's okay, I can be on record. The legal department gave us the highest disclaimers of how they needed to have the files, the physical, the evidence in court, the what. But I'm happy to say that we have moved a very good, significant journey, especially that the judiciary now has gone online, they submit. So I can tell you that the laggard for it, but now they've accepted. Can I say that currently our lawyers don't take time to read documents. So we've scraped and referenced the judicial laws and the, what are they called? The judges' cases, yes, presences, the NSSF Act, every law, NITA, everything's available. So what happens is, when our legal advisors get a case, AI summarizes everything for them. Internally, everything is summarized. And so instead of them spending time to read and reference all cases, they're using the cognitive bit, which the human out of experience is supposed to spend a little more time. And that has helped us a lot in turnaround time, whether leading with compliance of non-compliant employers, whether litigation, because then our lawyers are no longer taking time to open books and read PDFs and do everything is available place. They only now get a summary, and the AI recommends what it should. So the lawyer now is supposed to get context and say, I think here I do this. Our HR department, they used to send reminders of policies, emails and this. They no longer do. Every employee at your desk through our teams is able to type, when I do this, what happens? Yes, and the policies right there, they read, they know what it is. NSF Act, why we're able to serve you better. Our customer service officers are able to know 360 the moment you call in, come in, they know the act, what you reference, and which benefits. So you realize that now they have more time to be human with you, to speak with you. The inferior complex of not knowing the information, having it has gone away. So now they're able to be more productive. So thank you. I'm always there to save you time. So I think I've done well, right?
Thank you so much. My name is Annette Nwayo. I am from the private sector. I am the co-founder of Naxos Technologies, and my question is not necessarily to him or the panelists, but starts with all of us, specifically from the private sector. From what the governor, from the keynote of the governor, he stated that AI, we should use AI to master the known, but human understanding to restore the unknown. So in our businesses, what is the known? Which data structures do we have there? We may find that we are actually still just piling the data. Mr. Fred has said that in NSSF they no longer have a paper. That they don't have any paper, everything is digital. What are we doing? From Mr. Muhumuza's speech, he said that retail is by 2030 is going to be the one that is ranking the best, that is earning from AI the best. So most of us have been retail industries and the rest. What are we doing? Can we start by embracing the digital technologies that we can manage? We are still manually keeping records. And that's where technologies like Nagsoft come in to help you maybe in keeping your records in the proper way. And also, thank you, Arthur, for organizing this. Task managers, we really understand the data that we shall collect in the best way. We may not be able to develop machine learning and the rest in our businesses, but that's why task managers is there. That's why other people are there to help us in our businesses. Thank you so much.
Yes, I think that was the last comment.
Fred,
yeah.
we're done.
Yes.
Mics can go back to the technical team, and I know everyone will continue speaking. The idea is that we allow for the plenary session to give you more time to ask as many questions. Can we appreciate Fred Percy, please? He has done a good job representing his boss, and so the team that's from NSS, please send a message and say the man needs a good performance review on his appraisal. You're also happy with your pay. So it's fine. It's fine. All right, let's do this. You've been sitting too long, and I want to invite the panelists. But before we do that, let's stand. Let's be upstanding. If you have a smartphone, this is the best time to use your smartphone. And we have provided free internet on your table, right? So there's an access code. Where is that QR code? Please share that QR code on the screen. This is, I know that men usually say they don't really like their pictures. But it's a lie. Because every time you have a conference, it's actually the men asking for their photos after the conference. All right? So, and I like what you're doing. I'm going to tell them to do that. But scan this QR code. Two things will happen. It will immediately ask for you to take a selfie. So this is an opportunity. You can't be taking a selfie when you're seated. And so when you take your selfie, it will then ask you for your WhatsApp number. Again, that's why it's smartphone. Though you can't try this with your Kabiriti and Katoch. So you log in and then take a selfie. Take a nice selfie. Something nice, because every single photo that is taken here that has your face will then come to your phone through the code that will be sent to you, through a link that will be sent. These are the cool things with technology. Since we're talking about technology, we will not take your data, please. We will not take your bank account. We will ensure it's not a lie. I'm not taking it. We are trying to protect your data. We have NITA here in the room. Don't get me problems because they are driving digital protection. So have you taken your selfie? At least ensure you have your selfie looking nice. If you're in the corner, this is usually why sitting at the back is not nice. The light at the back is terrible. So you will not get a good picture while you're at the back. So find a place where you can take a nice picture. And then, and while at it, at least you stretch. You've been sitting too long. I saw some of you loading a lot of buns on your plate. Now you're dozing and you're wondering why you're dozing. We will keep you awake. My panelists have said, listen, we will give them the information they have come for today. All right? And we'll ask them, I mean, today is really about collaboration. And so we'll ask as many questions as we can, even amongst ourselves. And so the panelists here will do the same. Now you can sit. You can sit. Hopefully you've taken a selfie, because when you take one seated, you will not get a good picture. And then put your WhatsApp number. Don't put the other number, the one that Fred mentioned where you find it is your spouse's name that appears on the mobile money number. All right. That said, I had asked the technical team to play this song. If you're on YouTube, look out for well, I am already linking it. The artist is Zania Monet. But if you went to school, it's Monet. If you didn't, you read it as Monette. So if you're typing, it is Zania. Is it Zania Monet? Just check for me. You want to put this up? If you check on YouTube, you'll discover that this is probably the first AI-generated artist. That's the song. That is software that is playing on its own without a person. Did you want to share the picture, or you? So you will check on YouTube. Oh, you also have Google where you can quickly do a song search. And it will take you to this. So this song is AI generated. There's no artist. It's an artist, a digital artist called Zania Monet. And it tells you where we are going. Fred, as you can see. So clearly, I am worried for the artists. So soon we may have a chameleon who is AI generated and is a #1 hit. This song is 5 days old. I think about 1 million views now. And this is where technology is taking us. There's no artist, but she has a face now, we know. But not a human being. But so, Fred, do you want to handle this first session? I allow you to handle the panel so that then you can answer the other questions they asked you. And then I can, if you want, but I can invite them for you. So I do invite the panel. I do the, they like their bios, and they sent us bios. We must respect their bios. Okay, but you're also here. So you're all right.
He's going to handle the next session. I just want to hand it over to him officially, so that he can handle it with all the confidence. Data speaks. I've not forgotten 2 years ago, the budget speech was read. I know the budget is of Mr. Museveni by constitution. Article 155, let me leave the MP things, I may worry them, they may get worried I'm coming there. Says the president shall cause to be presented. So the Minister of Finance function in the budget is a delegated function. That's why we can never read the budget minus the president being there. And 2 years ago, after they had presided over, the president made his remarks. He eventually said, hey, wait a minute. He came back and told them, my doctors tested me. I had a throat irritation. 2 results said I have COVID. 1 said I don't have COVID. But we leaned on the 2 for safety. And as I was coming, I said, won't I infect my driver? They said, no, you have a separation between you and your driver. But I must be alone, sit away from mama. That is data directing the president. And he handed over power for that period for operationalization of things to the prime minister. So when you have data, you can speak to the boss. See, this data is saying, so can we really use the data? And we have going to line up a very good panel here, and I'm empowering my students. I know universities are still debating, how do we regulate AI? I'm like, why do you regulate the storm? When hurricanes come, even Americans run. AI is, in any case, employers are going to test your students on their ability to use AI. So why are the university trying to regulate AI? When I'm training my students, I tell them, by the way, AI is available for use in this assignment. What I'm going to be examining is, what did you do with what AI gave you? That process of synthesizing and sorting out the mud and the frogs, and you get your catfish and eat it, is what I'm examining my students on. So if I recommend to your student, he's AI compliant. Morris.
Thank you, Dr. Fred. You had a couple of questions. We'll deal with them later when the plenary session opens, because even then within our panel, the panelists could pose a couple of questions to all of us, generally in the room, and we should be able to speak to them. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite our panelists, and I'll begin, and I'm extremely gender sensitive. I will begin with Ms. Rita Akota-Pell, Chief Information Officer at Stanbic Bank, Uganda. Can we appreciate her as she joins us? She's a seasoned technology executive with nearly 2 decades of experience in digital transformation, IT governance, and data management at Stanbic Bank Uganda. And she leads enterprise technology strategy and innovation, steering the digital agenda to enhance operation efficiency and customer experience. Also joining us, another lady, CEO, Rhino Payment Services, Ruka Pay, Rowena Turinawe. Can we appreciate Rowena, ladies and gentlemen? An award-winning ICT leader, author, and mentor with extensive experience driving digital transformation across corporate and public sectors. Her leadership journey includes key roles at MTN, the National Information Technology Authority, that's NITAU, and Centenary Group, and now CEO of Ruka Pay. I'm really cutting these short because you have them in your profile, in your symposium booklet. So allow me just, continue with those that I have cut shortly so we can balance the time. The other panelist I want to invite is Gloria, and Gloria Katuka. Gloria is a professional with over 14 years experience in result-oriented information communications technology, ICT, and policy professional with vast experience in planning, development, coordinating, monitoring, and evaluation of ICT sector-based related programs and policies at national level. She's currently the Director of Planning, Research, Development at NITA, Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Gloria. And I have never been as excited to host a panel as this because it's extremely gender balanced, yeah? And so to balance this off, I want to invite Edison. Edison, you need to come and help the male gender. Edison is a seasoned data scientist and software engineer with over a decade of experience in designing and implementing data-driven solutions across the public and private sectors. And his expertise bridges statistics, software engineering, and artificial intelligence, enabling me or him to build scalable analytics systems, optimize decision-making processes, and lead development transformation initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been rare. I am really happy. It's very rare to say ladies and gentlemen. Can we appreciate task managers? Or does this speak to the fact that data analytics and AI is driven by women in Uganda? Let's start there. And I really want to start, maybe Edison, your quick takeaways from our keynote and also our masterclass with the governor. Your quick takeaway.
Good morning to all of you. It's an exciting morning, most especially that we have gathered here to share this cake of artificial intelligence, operation of artificial intelligence, exciting insights from all the speakers, most especially that we are no longer talking about technology to come, but we are in the future. So it is so exciting that we are sharing all these ideas, most especially from the point of the value that we can generate to all our members that we are serving, but as also we are safeguarding in terms of governance at large. Thank you.
I thought at some point you were going to say we're also protecting the gains. All right. Yeah. Fred did not want to say this, but I needed to say this. All right, Rita, quickly. Rita, you missed the masterclass, so you could start from where you found us. Feel free.
Yeah, thank you, Maurice. I missed the keynote, but I believe it was, something to remember. I joined when Percy was giving his speech, and I think I was pretty much inspired by the progress that NSSF actually is making in regards to using AI and the examples he gave, therein. And I'm just excited to be here this morning. Thank you.
Thanks, Rita. Rowena, you are directly in the space of, the governor, and he spoke to you directly because, his job and what NSSF is probably doing is that you must build trust. And so the systems need to support the, by government and, platforms like yours to build trust. Your quick takeaway?
It was really a masterclass, why lie? You say the governor spoke to me directly, like he said my name. I like that version of how it went. No, he asked the fintechs to create solutions that are safe, so ethical, inclusive, but also to focus on training in AI. And of all those things, what caught my attention was inclusive, because I have an allergy to buzzwords. Buzzwords sometimes really just rub me the wrong way. So we're saying all these fancy things, framework, disruptive, and we're not really saying anything. But when he mentioned and when he cautioned us and asked us to make it inclusive, I like that he also told us what he's doing with the gender dashboards and having the committees at the central bank and collecting data, which is amazing. So for me, my biggest takeaway today, as I go back, is for me to make it inclusive shouldn't be a buzzword. I should actually have tools to harness data so that I'm inclusive.
And finally, Gloria, you are an enabler at NITA. You're the facilitators of this conversation. Your quick takeaway.
Thank you very much. What has been my quick takeaway today is data governance, data skilling, and ethical AI. So governance and ethics have been very key in all this, and data skilling. That is what I can say. Thank you.
All right, so listen, we will not talk at you. We will try and make sure that it's a conversation, and so we'll open up as soon as we can. But let's set the stage for you and give you a bit of context, and that's why we have a panel. And I want to begin with Gloria, because we know that NITA continues to be the anchor institution in Uganda for digital transformation and leading the e-government integration, data protection implementation, and the national IT standards. Under your leadership at the institution as NITA, I'm talking about the top leadership, Uganda has made significant progress in digital service delivery and promoting data governance within government and affiliate entities. And so that's where we build from our very first question. And so we're asking around operationalization of data and AI in public service. Uganda's e-government initiatives have significantly improved service delivery, but data still tends to sit in silos across the agencies. And we spoke to this, and I think Percy did speak to what is being done across the government agencies, as we witnessed during the Doing Business conference recently. So we're asking, what practical steps is NITA taking to integrate data systems and ensure public institutions use analytics to inform policy and performance?
Thank you very much, Maurice. That is a very key question as we go into discussions today. One thing is that Uganda is at a pivotal role in making sure that we get away from the isolated systems across government and integrating these systems. So I will not look at the whole wider government, but I will concentrate on the steps that NITA is doing in order to address this challenge that we are having. Of course, we're looking at policy, regulation, and standardization of that is happening across government. So what are we doing? We have a whole of government integration platform that most of the institutions here, and surprisingly, it's private sector led. While we are pushing for governments and MDAs, private sector is getting on board before government. So we have a data integration platform that is in place that enables system data sharing across government, across even all those institutions that are enrolled or are registered on this system. So that enables data sharing across government. We have a number of government institutions that are on. I think we are 14, and then 15 private sector that have already enrolled that enables system integration. The other that government is doing, or NITA is doing, is we have centralized hosting data center services. So we are giving infrastructure as a service. We have the data center. Of course, you cannot talk about data without having the data centers in place. I know that earlier we were looking at data center development. Somebody was talking about having data centers within the country, because we do not have many within the African space. Most of these are all Europe, US, Asia. So within the aspect of government, as we talk about data and system integration and data, we have to make sure that we have the infrastructure. So NITA is providing that as a service for MDAs, and also a few private sectors are utilizing the data center, the National Data Center. With the aspect of standards regulations, we are working collaboratively with the Ministry of ICT and the National Guidance. As you know, is that at the governance structure, the ministry handles all the data, rather all the policies, regulations in place. So we have a governance interoperability framework that has been done in place, and this helps us steer into the space. So that is what we are doing. But the major, I know that we are talking about data, and what we can do. It all begins with change management. Technology alone is not enough. So what are we doing as an institution or as a government? We are working with various MDAs, and we're working even with the private sector to make sure that we increase the uptake of e-services, because you cannot talk about data without having all the systems in place or providing all these solutions online. The services that we do as government, if they are not online, how will we start talking about data analytics for you to be helped to analyze and implement whatever that you're focused on? So we are looking at change management to increase the uptake of e-services across, to help institutions make sure that they have their services online. I think in the nutshell, that is what I can.
Sorry about that. Can we appreciate Gloria, ladies and gentlemen? We need to at least be part of the conversation. Gloria, I just want to quickly, start from where you ended and ask Rowena, because as a fintech, the bigger question here is, and Pasi alluded to this in his presentation, and I think Dr. Fred also mentioned this in his presentation, the current gaps, that you as fintechs could help bridge for Uganda. And so we want to ask, how can Uganda bridge the gap between the innovation pilots, which NSSF and all the other agencies are championing, to scalable digital ecosystems that deliver real impact? The impact, the Muntu Wawansi we keep talking about.
Okay, thank you. I always say that Uganda we are rich in pilot, a bit poor in scale. And we find in our space, I've been in technology for a while. I always wanted to be a lawyer. I thought I was the smartest person I knew, and then here I am. So I've been in technology for a long time, and I've grown to love technology because it solves problems. It's simple, also we think. So when you get, for us as techies, I'm speaking as a techie, that's why I've given you that background. As techies, we see technology, we see an idea, we love it, and we want to run. But we don't think about what happens in the next 5 to 10 years. And some of the reasons that I think we struggle with that in the fintech and in the innovation space is, one, we don't like to think about leadership. We don't like to think about our leaders. How does the CEO feel? How does the permanent secretary feel? What are our plans for the next 5 years in the sector? Your CEO or whatever it is. So we rarely have buy-in. So the pilot in Uganda also, the idea is exciting until you don't have support from policy, you don't have support from a budget perspective, you don't have support from a stakeholder perspective. And that's a challenge that we face. Another that kills Ugandan innovations, to stick at pilot, is culture. Ugandans, we see data. I like that, I think Percy mentioned the data culture. We need to move from seeing data as an IT asset or a project. You know, when you hear data, it's normally followed by migration or cleaning or mining or collecting, or because we've sort of built or understood the culture of data as Ugandans, as a project, as an asset, rather than a culture. So when we start, if we had begun or founded these innovations with the premise that data is what we focus on, data is what we make decisions on, data is what we prioritize. I like that at Rukape, one of our core values is data. Data comes first. So anytime my team comes with it, I'm like, where are the numbers? What are we saying? Based on what? Right? So we need to move from just seeing data as an asset to a culture, and then we can have room to scale. Another, I think Gloria has mentioned, is interoperability. No single player can move far alone. It's just a reality. So we need to move to a place where your competition is no longer your competition, but a competitive partner. There's a difference. So you are my competitive partner. Let's see who does it better. But you're still my partner nonetheless. And this is where the conversation starts with how do we leverage APIs, open APIs. We've been open 6 months, and we already have a portal for open APIs because we immediately understand the value of partnerships. So for us to move from pilot to scale, we need to embrace things like partnerships. And lastly, I think for us, it's how do we just funding. I can't ignore the fact. We must move from the idea of, sometimes I argue about these hackathons. You get these innovators, crazy ideas, you give them, I don't know how many thousands of dollars, and then what? But we need to start at the very core of what we're starting, progressive funding. How does this become sustainable? And what I like, I think, about fintech is we normally do revenue share, transaction. We figure out that there can only be so many hackathons we'll attend and get this money for, or so many women in tech. Women in tech, we can get funding. I love it, but how many times will they fund a woman in tech? It's not sustainable. So to an extent, we've got to be realistic and practical about progressive progressive funding. How do I sustain this dream going forward? And I think those are 4 core things that could help us move from the pilot to a scale mentality.
Progressive financing, and the person on your left, is the one you need to keep tapping. Progressive financing. You keep tapping Rita and say, as I speak about progressive financing, just add $10,000 every time I talk about progressive financing. Let me come to you, Rita. Sitting out of Uganda's biggest financial institutions, we are asking, what key lessons have you learned from embedding? And we speak about, because today is really about data analytics, AI, and data governance. And that's where we want to come to you on. Lessons learned from embedding data governance in your day-to-day operations.
Thank you, Maurice. And so I'll speak from experience, because having worked in a data role in my previous life before joining Stanbic, I was leading a global data management office. And one of the things that we did to drive data governance was purely around structure. And I think, and maybe just dialing back, I believe data governance is well known to everyone, right? It's really the ways and the rules of the road, how we collect data, how we store it, how we protect it, and the like. So, coming to Finca at the time, Finca Global, my role was really to set up the data management office. And it was, when I say structure was the first thing that hit me, was because the data governance piece was not sitting in technology. It was actually sitting in the business. And I think that is one key lesson, I've learned. And even coming into Stanbic, data governance actually sits with the business and not with technology. So technology is pretty much around setting the rules, the standards, the frameworks, ensuring that the tools are working. But the aspects around governance, around data quality, around ownership of the data, having the same definition when you talk about active customers, that standard definition, all that sits with the business. And I think for me, structure is the anchor around how you can get data governance right. Once you have that, then it ceases to be a technology only, thing. It's really, about business ownership. It's around changing and shifting cultures, because everyone wants, the quality to be right. We should be able to trust this. We are all ensuring that we have one single source of truth. Someone was talking about siloed data earlier on. How do you solve for that? It's precisely through ensuring that data governance sits with the business and not with technology. And so I think for me, the key lessons have been, one, the shift from the fact that it's not technology that owns data governance, but it's owned by the business. And then creating that transparency around that. We were recently running a data quality program, and it was being run through the Enterprise Data Office team. I don't know if Peter is here. He's our head EDO. Perhaps he stepped out, but he's run the data quality program. And in there, we are also embedding, a shift in culture in terms of you need to be responsible for the quality of the data. So taking it a notch lower to say, we actually need to see your scorecard having a data quality measure in it. So they own it, and as we do the data quality score measures on a monthly basis by branch, we're able to see each branch is taking ownership of data quality. And I think that's where the governance really sits, having the right structure. Thank you.
Thanks, Rita. And then that's where you come in, because even when the governor was speaking to innovation, we want to see how to, first of all, manage innovation, address the issues of governance that Rita is speaking to, but also support matters compliance. So in your space, you still deal with compliance issues, but we want to see how do you facilitate innovation and address matters of governance, but also address compliance?
Thank you so much for that question. In my experience in leading data science teams, innovation and governance are not opposing forces, but complementing pillars for sustainable transformation. So at NSSF, it has been, our journey has been more of fronting responsible innovation, most especially in the space of AI. When you look at the innovation space or the entire innovation ecosystem, we have a quite number of pillars that we have put in place for any AI-related solution to be put out there. So we have different teams that work on different things, right away from when the idea comes in, up to the time when you deploy the solution ready for use. We have the business process engineering that evaluates the business requirements. So it means, as you may be aware, most of the AI solutions even start with the data science team or AI team where you identify gaps, but to be able to sell that idea for ownership purposes, it means you have to work with the user department that will benefit from that solution. So we involve the business process engineering to gather requirements and then validate that idea with them. Then in the process, it is handed over to then the data science team. And in that regard, in the process, you have to, that's when you need to bring in the governance aspect. Our governance also, it is like multi-layered approach where we have risk assessment and then the security. So for every idea, it goes through the risk assessment and they identify the risks and you have to mitigate with them. So we move a journey with them. So we don't wait for the governance to come at the end of the process. We move the journey with the governance team. And with that approach, it means you have provided the environment where you don't reach at the end of the process and then they tell you this solution cannot be deployed or it cannot work. So the approach we have decided to use is more of a sandbox model where you have a framework for AI experimentation that has embedded all those processes across. And by the time you are putting this solution into practice, all the ticks have been marked. So that's how we have been able to manage all these initiatives. Thank you.
Thanks, Edson. I really don't want to lose, the audience. With the exception of the data scientists in the room, those of you who are like us, social scientists, then you start dozing, right? I don't want to lose you. Just stay with me, just one more minute, because I want to ask Gloria just one question, then I can open it up. Please, just allow me one more minute. I don't want to lose you. I told you it's going to be a conversation, and that's where we will go. Quickly, Gloria, many MDAs struggle with the issue. I mean, this is common knowledge, limited financing and limited funding, and budgets, and inadequate technical capacity to support analytical implementation of a lot of the things that government wants to do. What's the role of NITA-U, or what can NITA-U do to play this role of coordinating shared resources, capacity building programs, and partnerships that close this digital skills gap?
I think we should have invited the Minister of Finance for this question. Thank you very much. One thing I would like to note is that within technology, or technology services that we provide, we have to collaborate with the private sector. If you left it for government to deliver, believe you me, there will never be enough money. And so what are we doing in this? We are collaborating with partners across in order to carry out digital skilling. We are collaborating with our potential partners across to make sure that we provide platforms from which innovations can be done collaboratively. Even when we put regulations or policies in place, we are looking at those tools within the policy that can help you innovate in order, because there's financing, for example. I'm just looking at the policies that we've done on data protection and privacy, on cybersecurity. So what are those tools that we've enabled the private sector roll on in order to provide services across? Even in order, you don't need to put in money. For example, on self-regulating tools that has been put in place, we don't have money to make sure that we enforce. So you come on board and then you use these self-regulating tools. While we don't have money to come to you to enforce, you are checking yourself online. You're making sure that you're compliant. You don't have to call all these experts to come in. And so big part is that we're working with the private sector in order to deliver.
All right, let me open this up because I still have questions, but it doesn't. Don't want to look like a monologue. Then we are talking at you. I have a question for Rowena on matters women, because if this was a scale for women participation in matters AI and data governance, we would score 75%. We're doing very well, but we want to know whether that's, like she said, we are doing badly on scaling, whether we've scaled it up to allow for women to participate in this process. Questions, comments, interjections, and I'm happy to take. It could be for Arthur, it could be for Dr. Fred. I'll capture it in case he walks back. Yes. You're delegating first, the lady first, or you can? Ladies first. All right. Like, let's continue with the spirit. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Acheng Angela, and I'm from the private sector. I want to thank the ladies up there and the gentlemen for such insightful presentations. Dr. Muhumuza referred to one of the places in this country, and that's where I come from, born and raised in that area. And the majority of us are SMEs. And I'm a proud member of BNI as well. Now, Rowena and Rita, is it Rita or Gloria from Stanbic Bank? You say that data lies with the business. I really liked that. And you said you're working with the private sector to get data. My question is, how are you working with the SMEs like us? Because we are the majority. And the majority of us, I'll talk for myself, I'm a BBC, one born before computers. And because I'm born before computers, AI, data analytics, all that, it's very new to me. And I'm in the private sector, and I'm supposed to collect data that you're supposed to analyze. How are you preparing me to get quality data for you to be able to analyze it? I thank you.
Thank you, Maurice. My name is Ojambo Stephen Paul from the URA Tax Academy. Fellow taxpayers, good morning. I get the response. I get the response. But I'll speak to a few things. Maybe some are comments, others may be food for thought. Because the way I'm trained, you don't ask questions without giving suggestions, because then you're not helping the cause. I want to talk about governance. There's something about data control and security. Talking about security, just be careful about your bags. We had a short incident here when somebody snatched our bag, but we have recovered it because of data. So be careful, put them down. There are people operating as workers, but they are busy shopping, the data mining. So the issue is, how do we do data control and security when we are not strongly in the innovation agenda of data or technology for that matter? Somebody spoke about the data in immigration system. Immigration system, actually here in most African countries like ourselves, is an application given to us freely by the US. And that's why sometimes you go and they tell you fingerprints, and that time they say no. Somebody determines that this one is okay, this one keep asking fingerprints. And therefore the information in terms of analyzing data analytics is first done in the US, and then we are also doing ours. They are doing a global analytics. They have information about from Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Tanzania, but for us, you only get access to the one in Uganda, and we can analyze our people when they can analyze our regional or African people. So the question, and the governor talked about it, how do we get in this agenda? And it is a crisis. I have a problem where I work in URA with my IT people. There is something which is crazy now. It's called IT security. We need to protect data. We can't use data. And so you log in and do this. You can't access this. And then I keep asking them, you are denying me access to this because you are trying to stop us. But the application you are using, you didn't invent it. You can't convince me that the person who invented this does not have a back-end accessibility to this. So while I can't use this freely to make analytics and do, somebody else is doing it freely internationally and using this data for AI, and when you put in my name, it gives you all information about me from the system that you are refusing me to access. So we need to understand, where do you want to go? The URA, for example, this is government now. We have, all of us are taxpayers. But internally, we have two systems. We have a custom system and a domestic tax system. They don't talk to each other because the providers are not Ugandans. So one is Switzerland, UNCTAD based, another one is Tata from, and you have what they call source codes. I'm not clever, I'm like in IT, I'm like Maurice. Yeah, we're not very clever. So I'll not speak into the details of what a source code does. But what I know is that whenever you say you want to see a taxpayer holistically, the data, each one is saying, okay, if you want, here is okay, but we need a source code from, you see. And the question is, why don't we develop homegrown solutions to our problems? Why don't we develop, and I'm sure that the boys and girls, like Arthur's daughter, when he goes to do IT, we need to give them challenging things. Say, please develop a system for taxation for Uganda. And they will, because they have the brains. But where do we invest? I know you asked Rita to put money in that thing, but me, I'm saying, Rita, put money in R&D. Let people who are investing in applications that are supporting our systems be the ones to get the money. There is also a single window platform. I need to speak to it for government. It is under Minister of Trade is a lead agency, the leader. URA, for some strange reasons, were made the lead agency to support this. We're supposed to have all government on this platform, and of course, everybody knows why. It's because of efficiency, but also the integrity. We talked about it earlier. So it is predictable, but some government establishments are not coming on board, and it complicates matters. So we need all to be there. This is a conversation I expect the private sector to say, we want to have a single government platform. When I go on that platform, I just click where I'm going and apply without somebody come here, fill these forms and whatever. And let's use a unique identifier. I think Kisa talked about it. National IDs. We have so many, replications. One person. I have a teen. People have 17s. They are here seated with us. And we don't know who is who. When you put a compliance or a sanction on one of them, they are still operating on the other one because they have. So guys, let's have this conversation. Lastly, Maurice, I'm sorry to take your time, but let me speak to where I am, the tax academia. I noticed that apart from Dr. Fred Mooms and a few others, we didn't have a lot of the trainers here. Somebody spoke to it, skilling the people from the universities and all that here. Because all these, we need to do mind change so that we can, change the way people think about I, both from school and then we can, like they are doing taxation. Everybody is a taxpayer mentally right now, though physically they are struggling to pay the tax. But again, guys, they know. So let's have people who are trained mandatory to use AI and all this in university. When they come to be employed and talk about data analytics, I spend a lot of money in the tax academy training adults over 50 to how to do data analytics, which they should have done somewhere so that then they come and we give them the data and they use. So you see, this is Rita again, Pesa there. Thank you very much.
Let me start from there, Rita. You had a question from the born before computers, specifically speaking to the SME space.
No, thank you. And I think looking at it from a bank perspective and the work we are doing in, creating an enterprise data warehouse, the data lakes we are setting up, we are looking to elevate the data that we actually ingest in that space. Right now, I would say it is very much inward looking. Yes, we have ingested some data, but it's not just for the sake of ingesting data into a data lake house. There needs to be a purpose for it and what you actually want to solve. So I want to believe that there is an opportunity that lies ahead in terms of identifying what those opportunities are with the SMEs, and if we ingest this data, what are we going to use it for? And I think that is really looking inward as a bank, right? Because it's not our core competence or our core service to say, let's consolidate SME data unless we are solving for a particular problem. But the opportunities are there, and we are setting up the data platforms to be able to ingest both structured and unstructured data and be able to ingest data from all different kinds of sources. So there is opportunity, definitely. Yeah, thank you.
Rowena, the space both our speakers used a short while ago speaks to what a lot of fintechs are trying to do. You are literally bridging the gap almost between the private sector and government, and you're facilitating the ease of doing business in several ways. But as he mentioned, as long as I have to go to a gazillion platforms, then you're not helping me. You're not helping me, one, share with you my data so that you can actually do effective governance, data governance with my information, but also you're not allowing me effectively do what I want to do with my business or my institution or whatever it is that I am doing as a taxpayer, speaking for those who are mentally taxpayers but are struggling to pay the tax. Maybe that's, I'm just adding that. Throw it out there. Rowena?
So I think one of the clever things that fintechs, like the one I work for, or the one I'm leading now, is doing, is appreciating that when you say inclusivity, normally when you hear inclusivity, you think about the rural poor, the marginalized, the women, the person with disabilities, and that's how they're categorized. It's valid, but immediately your mind doesn't think about profitability, which is just unfortunate. Because when you hear things like how do you help the SMEs, the MSMEs, how are you collecting our data, how are you helping us, it just shines a light on the fact that we have failed to reconcile the fact that inclusivity and profitability are actually not at war. Because if we are able to provide, say, open APIs, if we're able to say, listen, we're a fintech, we've got 8 banks, we've got 2 telcos, we've got so many, come in. I said it already, our funding is not in the sense that we're going to charge you subscription fees, licensing. No, we're saying, let's give a service that's affordable, let's share. So we are saying if we can, what I think is if we can focus on the value, on the fact that including the MSME, including whoever else it is, has profit both for you and for them. Because then you're opening access to finance and they can then give loans, they can then give credit, they can then grow. But it also helps you as a partner, it helps you as a fintech, because then you're able to innovate for bigger issues, for different problems, for different discussions. I was in a meeting once and somebody said, oh, USSD is dead. And I immediately felt sorry for that man. I was raised to respect my elders and I held my tongue. But a conversation, that statement alone just made me realize 2 things. One, he was really not in touch with the reality that is Uganda, but also he failed to understand that including more people, everybody wins. So what the beauty, I think the beauty of AI is it helps you monitor patterns, predict behavior, figure out. So you're not chasing numbers, you're chasing behavior. What is the average Ugandan spending on? What is the biggest percentage of the telcos collecting? What is the average, what is my grandmother in Rukunjiri doing on a daily? And if we can accept that inclusivity is a gateway for profitability, I believe that fintechs, government, I like what Arthur has done here, policy, government, the trainers, everybody in the room, because we all stand to win as long as we embrace technology. Don't ignore the MSME. Don't ignore the women, of course. I see you're doing that well. If we appreciate that inclusivity also means profitability, then I think what fintech, what we are trying to do is something that should be able to make a difference.
All right, and Gloria, how do you facilitate this? Because, you know, you hearing what I'm hearing, if the Minister of Trade building a platform, the Minister of Agriculture is building a platform, the Ministry of Tourism is building a platform, who's speaking to who now?
Nobody is speaking to each other. That said, I like the fact that the gentleman is from an MDA, URA. So you can note the challenge that government has across. Internally, you have systems that don't speak to each other. So if you internally cannot speak to each other, how about, how do you collaborate, especially with the private sector that we, and the citizens at large that we're supposed to be making sure that we are serving? So what is government doing? From the onset, I want to say that government has put up in, the regulatory environment that is able to support us. Now I'm looking at myself as the private sector, that is supposed to support us and facilitate us in all that we are doing. What do I mean? The regulations are in place. We've put the integration framework in place, and we've put mechanism in place that the likes of URA should not stand up to provide a solution that is geared to servicing the citizen while not consulting the institution that is in control. So we've put up like an N7, a process to control government procurements across, to make sure that if you're going to do a solution in Ministry of Tourism, is it already existing elsewhere? Is it in Ministry of Tourism and Trade? Is it in Ministry of Trade? Can they borrow as URA's system? Instead of starting a new one, you replicate what is available, you just tailor it to what you're doing. So that is there, but you find that mandate that is killing us as government MDAs, like you're closed. But we are working out of a closed mandate. This is what I'm supposed to do in order to collaborate and work with other government institutions so that we can provide seamless systems. So there's an integration platform that we are supposed to. We have APIs that we are trying to create, to develop APIs for all MDAs that have systems that seek the national ID, across that you have to pay URA. So we have mechanisms in place that we've put as government in order to have that stopgap. With respect to nationally, let's be realistic. There is a national agenda on digital transformation. But what are we doing? I wish we had more government institutions here. I like the fact that you're bringing us all together. But what are we doing? Because we are here to provide services to the citizen. But across, what are we doing? We are enabling, even as the private sector, we are enabling the shortfalls within government. You find that you're supposed to provide a solution to NERA. You've gone ahead, they provided your terms of reference, and then you find that that same solution that NERA is providing seeks to fetch data from URA, seeks to fetch data from URSB, but you're providing solution that is closed in. Open up the systems that you're providing us. So in a way, the private sector also needs to be held accountable because you're enabling silos, yet you're supposed to be creating this open space. I don't know if that is sufficient enough, but...
yes, Rita?
Thank you.
I just wanted to compliment on that because I think, you know, we acknowledge the challenges right now in terms of the closeness. And one of the things we are thinking about at Stanbic Bank is how do we create a developer ecosystem that, you know, where fintechs can, you know, consume the APIs that we have developed. And I know each organization is creating their own APIs, some of which the APIs are the same, are doing the same, functionality and capabilities. And so I think the call to action is how do we develop this developer ecosystem to respond to that, yeah.
And maybe, sorry, on research and innovation, I know the gentleman from URA said that we need to invest in research and innovation. Very true. Government needs to invest in research and development. It is very key. However, I would like to note that to promote the ecosystem of developers of IT, young people in the country, there is what is called the National ICT Innovation Fund that is housed and managed by the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. I would like to note that from that that project, we have had a number of government institutions that whose solutions have been birthed from this fund. The EPG that you're thriving around, that is a homegrown solution. The one for information management system for education, EMIS. And now there is one for mine. I can't mention all. Even the URSB one, it is also homegrown. So there are these things that government is doing. There are these initiatives that government is doing. And now we have said, but because when we say that, because we want homegrown solution, and then you come up and you say, but the policy on procurement, you're just zero. So we've given government, we've given innovators space from which to support government in order to ease service delivery. Thank you.
All right, quick questions. Oh, yes, there is one here. Anyone closer to them? There is a mic coming to you. Any other on that side? Yes, there's another here. So we'll try and see how to balance. Yes.
Yeah, to the software engineer, I wanted to know why...
Was it because he felt lonely? Everyone... all right, please.
Yes,
he's called Edison. Yes.
Our platforms are like Uganda's electricity, very unreliable. Just a few weeks ago, like 2 weeks, USB has been off online. So why is it so, as a software engineer? Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, I'm Robert Chinto. I'm also a consultant and data scientist, but someone sent me a question. He is not able to be here. It's about the digital signature, and I think this goes to the banks because we are saying we are going digital. The policy was done, I think, 20 years ago. Actually, no, 50, to be exactly sure, 18 years ago, about digital signatures in this country. But we haven't adopted. We're still asking for actual come and sign in the bank. Okay, let me leave that alone. And I even still have a problem with the element of you asking for a certified resolution when you are to do a company search and I'm paying for it. Okay, let me go back to my question. People, why are you being cheated when you are doing business? Now, on the side of private sector, you know, I like this symposium. A symposium is all about us coming and discussing on topics that matter to us. We are in private sector. Government is doing, or we are saying, do this, but are we really ready? There is a big problem whereby we are going to be locked out of business because we are not ready. And it's starting to happen. When you are in private sector and you are asking, what is your strategy? I liked what Dr. Fred talked about, that the retail sector is going to be one of the key. People are going to be shopping online. But many of us are building local shops so that we can come and put our goods in there and we start selling. What does that mean? If people are not going to be coming to your local shop, why are you building these kind of buildings that will not have an SC inside them? But anyway, I did not say anything there. I just said, you as a person running your business, what kind of strategy have you developed to have a business plan that is driven by data? Because if you don't have it that way, you are going to be locked out of business. This is just a suggestion. This is likely to happen, and we are actually facing that crisis very soon. URA, the guy who is talking there, that's exactly where they are taking us. If you are not having the figures with you, he has not talked about that they have implemented AI. Where is he? He has gone. He's around. You never told the people that you have already implemented AI. They are already collecting a lot of information on how you are trading with all the other partners. Now, if you don't have data in your company that can counteract that information, you are going to close. Thank you very much.
All right, do we have another there? Yes, the lady there. Colleagues, the mic is coming. Colleagues, the mic is coming. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Viola Nyiranwe. I'm a sourcing specialist. I want to react to the last speaker. A lot of companies in Uganda are not visibly digital, meaning if I want to find out what your company does and I go online, I might just find your address, that's it, yeah? Or in a digital space. So my urge is, please invest in being visible online. So my team doesn't have to go to, your office to figure out where you are and what you do.
Well, that's where the problem is that, the Ugandan, trying to avoid the URA and all the other stakeholders, is still carrying his company in his briefcase. And so you ask them for an IFRS invoice and they're like, what is that now? There was someone here, or there's a gentleman here in front before I come to, there's another gentleman. Okay, you want to start from where you're close. There you go, there you are.
Okay, thank you. My name is Solomon Kale. I come from the private sector. I run a company that is in logistics. We deal into shipping and clearance, which is a sector that rotates around data.
I hope we can find you visible online, right?
Of course.
Okay.
It's a Gen Z company. So my question will rotate around the theme from insight to impact, and it will go to anyone who takes it. So for me, the way I understand sustainable growth is the people and tomorrow. What does that mean? It's the youth. So if we talk about data, AI, and governance, we are talking about the next generation. Right now, you cannot tell someone who is 60 or 70 to invest their retirement benefit in Bitcoin or blockchain technology. It is impossible. But it is the youth that will go for that. So my question will be, how are these agencies make sure that we use data and AI to create impact in communities, mostly to the youth, to the women, to the vulnerable in societies? How are we using the behavior? How are we using the data? Deep in communities, live around the CBDs, deep in community, how we create that impact from the data and make sure we change and impact people's lives.
All right.
Secondly, last, it will be about data integration between MDAs and private sector. I remember when I was opening my business account, they requested me to search my company. And this is URSB to deal with the private sector. So they took 3 days to do a company search. When I've brought all the documents plus a certified copy of the documents, but the bank needed to go an extra mile to do a search. So how are we making sure that we integrate and share information and data between the private sector and the MDAs? Lastly, from the sector where I come from, one of the countries that is adopting on data, Singapore, you can clear a consignment in 30 seconds because of data sharing and integration. So,
all right.
It's a take home.
Thank you very much. There was a lady here, the mic on this side, and the two gentlemen. Then I can come back to the panel. If I have time, we'll come back. The lady, it was addressed? Good. I like, if your question was addressed, you don't even have to ask. The gentleman, there was a gentleman there. You keep avoiding. Don't get me in trouble because I might use this route going.
Thank you. Thank you. Maybe I looked like her ex-boyfriend or something.
True.
Right, this is Olu again. There was a session we had, and it sounded like we were apportioning blames. So let me toss in my hat in that department. The URA gentleman complained about local software development businesses not, designing what they need, yada yada yada. But what flashed in my mind is a lot of software developers, small businesses, SMEs, it costs money, it takes time. Most of them are brought to their knees by the three-letter, U to the R to the A. And they're the same ones saying, oh, we have to give it to a foreign company to do it. And this is the fear of globalization. SMEs find it incredibly difficult because we're no longer competing with the guy on Kamocha Street or in Ntinda. We're competing with a software guy in India, in China. They have access to various resources. That said, also building software, you don't start from scratch like in the olden days. The wheel has been invented. You can get base codes and what next. But the bottom line is, we can't compete with these people on the same platform, which begs the question, what role is government playing? And then we turn to the banks. Like I said, apportioning blames. So if this software guy decides, well, let me go get a loan, the interest rates is insane. He has no assurance URA is going to buy software, but he has to try and develop it on a loan, which at the end of the day, he mortgages everything he has, including his shoes, socks, and God knows what. So we're faced with multitude of challenges, and the data exists of all these problems. And yet data is supposed to help us solve problems. So the question is, it looks like we're going round and round in circles, and nothing is really happening. This is a great setup you've done, this symposium. But at the end of the day, how do we impact SMEs out there to actually say, oh my gosh, thank God for tax masters. Things have changed because it impacted someone. Politicians heard us. The banks dropped their lending rates. Bank of Uganda was here. Where does that catalyst of change actually takes place?
Excellent.
Otherwise, it's not. And lastly, sorry, just one more thing. Someone mentioned about a server going off, and I won't mention the name of the entity I'm working with, but it's a heartbreak. I'm applying for something.
License, yes.
I was told you need to do this, you need to do that. We submitted all of that, and they proudly told me, oh no. You go back, go online, submit it, load it, we'll process. I did, got online. It failed to upload. So, oh, bring on a flash, we'll upload for you. We brought it back on flash. I got feedback. Oh, it's been approved. Your copy of the letter is here. You need to pick up this letter and then upload it. It's like a merry-go-round. So maybe we should just stick to paper and pencil.
Paper. All right. Okay, we'll have the gentleman there. We'll have the gentleman there and then him. Just hold. Just hold. There's someone with a mic. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Daniel Wandinda from Outbox, Uganda.
Yes.
Most of the issues raised are key.
Do you want to speak to the incubation and what you're doing at Outbox?
Yes. General and
all right.
Also food for thought.
Yes.
One, I will start with the APIs. The current players in markets, they're doing great work, but the challenge is the cost on per hint is really expensive. I don't know whether the players in this room, they talk to that. Then, still about APIs, there's an issue with, not an issue per se, maybe it's how they do business. MTN, Airtel, those telcos, I think, sort of they block you on accessing the APIs. The way they do their KYC and all that, it's really, I don't know whether you guys have experienced that, but it's really challenging. It's as if they are saying, no, don't tap onto our interface. So I don't know whether they're in the room, they will talk to that as well. Then lastly, we all have very nice solutions, but just for ourselves. In short, our solutions are not inclusive. People with disabilities are left out on this. So I don't know whether we have a lot of developers in this house or all the entities, all the players. Let's make sure make our solutions inclusive.
Yes.
The last event I attended, there were people with disabilities. They were really disappointed with banks. Those people are really bounced a lot. They go, I want an ATM card, then they go through all that, then at the end of the day they bounce them and say, you know what, your money will be stolen since you can't see maybe. Sorry to use that term. They don't like it. So let all of us in the ecosystem make sure that our solutions are inclusive. They cater for all of us, not just a part of us.
All right.
Thank you.
Finally here, yes. I'll open it up if time allows again. I need my panelists. They now look like they are observers. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is James, and I will speak on behalf of private sector because I'm in the private sector. I will talk mostly about education system. As we speak data analytics, AI, it all goes back in terms of education system. We have, I can say, a misplaced education system. We concentrate on things of the past than what is going to affect us in the future. When we see our education system, most of the youngsters who are in schools, we have tried to even dramatize it by buying computers and putting them in schools. But what do they aid in the development of our children? Because when you see these AI and data analytics, I'll give an example. When you go to like URA, I'll give an example. You'll find that it takes like 1 month to ship things from China to Uganda. But it takes, I have had an experience because I import some things from China. I run an events company and some of the equipment we import from China. Takes 1 month from China to Uganda and takes 2 to 3 months to get the items from the bond to usage. And in those 3 months or 2 months, you have lost a lot of money. So if I speak, we have to do what we call soul searching. I think we don't like ourselves in terms of Africans because we implement things which don't add value to ourselves. Because you can find somebody if he's overseeing the processes of clearing your goods from China and takes 2 months and is not concerned whether you have lost money or not. So that one goes to URA. That's in terms of value of lighting ourselves, in terms of how we are all contributing to the development of our nation and our families. The last one is banks.
Yes.
I run bank accounts in different banks, but also if you are a bank and you are implementing how processes of the bank are going to help in the serving a customer and development of a customer. I'll give an example. I have a bank account and I have banking money for maybe 5-6 months and I have an emergency to go and transact. I am the one who owns that account. Maybe I don't have a bank
checkbook.
Checkbook.
Yes.
And when I go there, they tell me you have to have a bank. I check a checkbook. If you don't have, we are going to charge you 40,000 to remove the money.
Yes.
I find it that one. Or you wait for a week to get a checkbook.
Yes.
Really, in this era and generation, banks should what? Should improve on this. I thank you.
All right. I was wondering, since you said you have several accounts in the banks, if you're the one they were talking about with 17 numbers, yeah. But it's okay. It's a joke. And I like that you're a bit far from URA. You know, they might have had an issue with you. But we'll come back to you to give feedback. I'm just being careful. All right, let's start with Edison. Edison, you had a question. We can start there as we come all the way here. There was a question for you. The very first question was yours, Edison.
Thank you so much. I would love to first start with a question from Ojambo.
Yes.
Comments from Ojambo, from a gentleman from URA. I agree with you in terms of relying on internal developed systems, most especially from the point of maximizing value from these systems. At NSSF, we have taken a decision, a bold decision, to develop our core system internally. So it means for all these years, we have been having vendor-based systems, and we have made that decision. Within 2 years, we'll be having a system that has been developed internally, and it has a lot of advantages, most especially in this space of AI. You are not limited to any form of innovation. Otherwise, you are always locked in vendor lock-in problems with the vendor-provided solutions. So I agree with you. Then the question about systems not being reliable. Yes, to some extent it's very true. And reason being, we are in a space where we are dealing with a quite a number of partners in this space. For example, as you may be aware, when you visit our touch point for, let's say, employee or employer registration, we don't necessarily use our core system to register you, but we have integrated with different government bodies to do that in that form of partnership. So, for example, if you want to get your NSF number, we rely on NIN to provide that NSF number. So it means in terms of network, that architecture of registration, we rely on other systems, not necessarily on NSSF. So we are in at the top of our game in that regard, and that's why Fred was speaking to one stop center for registration. So we're working hand in hand to make sure all the systems are integrated. We have one platform that we can be able to eliminate such tendencies, because at the moment we can only rely on collaboration with these other partners, and it can be as simple as maybe a system upgrade. It can be more of a network niche somewhere in a different system. To have one single transaction, it means everything must be working, everything must be in sync. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maurice. I think I'll just take two. One, from the last gentleman who spoke, I think it's feedback, but also to acknowledge that a lot of banks have actually digitized. And so a lot of the transactions can actually be done online. And to the extent that where the checks are still being used, I think that is opportunity for the banks to improve on customer experience. And I hope there is not just one big bank in this audience. And I think that's just feedback for the banks to ensure that it's all inclusive. I think the other one is on the youth. Someone talked about youth, and if we are collecting data and using that, to drive the decisions we make. At Stanbic Bank, we are definitely using data to drive the kind of products we are tailoring for the youth. One of our strategic objectives is actually, it revolves around economically active youth. And so you find that a lot of the data that we get is specifically focused towards how are we innovating for the youth? Do we have the right platform for the youth when it comes to social, media interactions and things like that? And we are building that. Also through our, part of the incubator, the Stanbic incubator, there are tailored products that are focusing on youth empowerment, and all that is really being informed by data that we are gathering. Thank you.
Rowena? Yes.
Just to add to what she said, I wanted to complain, but you're too close to me. I also have issues with the banks, but I will not. No, I will complain. I feel like the banks are not inclusive when it comes to supporting innovation. So you've got this data, but then just for an MSME to integrate, it's either costly or it takes too long, and yet it just speaks to my earlier point that if you appreciated that sharing your data with us and allowing access to the innovators and the MSME also gives you room to profit. So hopefully that's something that you can take back home and just help support the MSMEs regardless of what their projections are, regardless of what their capabilities are, to just open up access to data and innovations. But mine is to speak to what the gentleman said about are we innovating for the youth. My core, we began this thing maybe 6 months ago, and when we started, everybody was like, just get a wallet, start a wallet, everybody's paying for everything, which is great, but we said no, because we want to do something that lasts. We want to do something that actually serves a purpose. So in our innovation, because I believe if something fits so well, if someone customizes a glove that fits all your fingers exactly as they are, there's a high chance that you'll use that glove, there's a high chance that you'll trust it, you won't ask how much it is. There's so much power in relevance, impact, and doing something that's bespoke. So what I think for me, for AI, for us to innovate around, not just the youth, even other people that feel marginalized, because when you talk about the digital economy, it's not just the youth. So many categories of women, of the poor, of I might have all the technology, or I might be progressive, but I didn't study IT, or I live in somewhere, you know. So for us to do things like that means we can't rush to innovate. We can't. We need to obsess as much as possible over the problem. What are we innovating? What are we solving? How much data are we harnessing? We need to move from thinking, let's create a product, to going back to what solution are we solving? What are we innovating around? And I believe if we do that, whether it's the youth, because even now they're 35-year-olds who think they're youthful, whether it's the 35-year-olds or the, you know, the Gen Zs, either way it will be relevant because we have customized something to actually solve a problem. The discussion we had earlier on AI and how it's artificial intelligence, it will be artificial, but let our innovations and our impact be authentic. And the only way they can be authentic is if we actually innovate for a problem and a person suffering that problem.
Yes, feel free. And that's the advantage of being close, right?
Absolutely. And, you know, thanks for raising that. But I want to assure you that at Stanbic Bank, part of our business and commercial banking strategy actually focuses on integrating with SMEs. We have built an API marketplace. And I think a lot of the focus we've had this year is, can we ensure that it's a plug and play so that we are not spending so much time on integrating. So we've seen a reduction in integration times from maybe 6 weeks to 2 days, even for some of the partners we've integrated with. And I think it's really testament to, you know, the strategic, you know, focus that our BCB business, you know, is running. And so I think the ask here and the call to action for the SMEs is you need to be ready on your side as well, because most of the times when we identify a business, you know, opportunity and we want to do that integration, we spend a lot of time waiting on the SMEs to actually be ready. Yes, yes. Thank you.
Maurice, have you ever felt like you wanted to be on the other side of the panel? I feel I want to be on the other side of everybody there, because when I speak, I'm speaking on behalf of government, and sometimes you wear heavy to represent government. But that said, I would like to appreciate government's intervention, especially as we talk about data, e-government services, in, the complaints that you all have to enable you do your services seamlessly and faster. You need to appreciate government's intervention in laying the foundation of infrastructure. We need to appreciate the cost of infrastructure within the digital space. That is very costly. But that said, the National Information Technology Authority has done the fiber optic cable on behalf of government, and that is where a number of government MDAs, even at the district level, have been connected to the NBI. That is in a way helping us to ease service delivery and reduce on the cost that all SMEs or other private entities go through in order to access government services. That is one. Then on the understanding that there's an intervention within the infrastructure, there's another aspect of, somebody mentioned how the innovators cannot survive in the space because of the cost implications and all that. I just needed to know that, to understand, you to understand that there are those interventions. I love the fact that we have Innovation Village in space, collaborating with the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. It is free space that you can access on terms with the Ministry of ICT and the managers of Innovation Hub. We have Innovation, Nakawa? Innovation, the National ICT Innovation. These spaces are open for developers. Provided you have a solution that you're working on and you don't have an office, but you can access computers, you can access internet, or you can just walk in. It's like free office space that is available to you. We are working with Makerere University also on the same as government, so that they can create free space for developers to go in and develop. I'm just narrowing my thinking only within the ICT space, but I know that Minister of Agriculture, Minister of Tourism, they're working with a number of innovators in that space. Somebody mentioned about digital signatures. While it was given to the banks, I would like to comment a little bit that we have a digital authentication and signatures solution that KPI that PKI that public infrastructure that the National IT Authority is spearheading. It's supposed to facilitate all these e-signatures. I know that we are trying to enroll on also the banking sector so that we can reduce on you having to, you have to sign on this document, and then, so we are trying to work together, and it's a project that is just being implemented, and very soon we are going to be coming back to you so that we can ease your dilemma and challenges. Thank you.
Just before I invite Arthur for your reflections and a call to action, which will really be the last thing, I don't want to leave the room with questions or any yes. And I'm also very gender sensitive, so we'll start there. There's the lady, and then come here. Peter, I'm coming. Don't worry, Peter. I'll start there. And Peter, you were not around when they were delegating you some question. Rita, Peter is finally here. There, the lady there.
Thank you, Maurice, and I'd like to congratulate Arthur on this symposium, and thank you so much to the panelists. My question is around cybersecurity, cybercrime. My name is Rita from the insurance sector, and some of the claims that we are dealing with in the insurance sector have been around cyber liability that arises out of misuse of data, of many other reasons, especially in the telecom sector and the financial sector. I would like the ladies, Rowena and Rita, my namesake, to address this. What are institutions in the financial sector especially doing around ensuring that we do not have cybercrime or we do not have cyber attacks? Because there's so much that goes on when you have these incidents, and I'm sure as a country we have witnessed some of them. I have personally been involved in some of the claims, and when you look at the gaps that are in some of these very big institutions, you worry, because you're collecting so much data, and data that is very sensitive, personal data. So I would like you to speak into that, because I've not had anybody mention what we are doing, and maybe the lady from NITA also could speak into that. As government, is our data safe? Do you have cyber insurance? What will happen when you have an attack? Because it's not if you will have an attack, it is when you will have an attack. Because as you are busy doing all these systems, there are also other people that are working so hard to compromise these systems. So what are we doing? I think I would like us to have that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, namesake. And I think I could go. Okay. And I think I wouldn't want to say obvious, but it is something that is top of mind for all organizations. As long as you have data, you're using data. Cybersecurity is key. And I know for banks, we are guided by guidelines from the regulator. I think that really, helps in terms of creating the right focus and the right discipline, the right processes, the right, resources, to be available. And I think the key is really, one, you must be having the right tools in place. Okay, the right people. Start with the people. Having the right people in place to defend, to protect your data. Having the right tools, definitely. Tools that are able to monitor, that are able to prevent, that are able to detect, any potential, cyber incidents. And of course, being able to then have a process where you're able to respond. Because several times, if you don't have a 360, view, or a 360 process in place. You may be having the tools in place, but you're not monitoring. You're not seeing what is actually out there. What attempts have you had? I mean, a lot of organizations spend lots of money on cybersecurity. And to the extent that when they speak of their, what stands out for them based on the expense they've made on cyber, it's really to say, I've had 0 cyber incidents for the year. But is that enough? I think we need to go beyond, just talking about 0 incidents, cyber incidents, but saying we're able to prevent X amount of fraud. We're able to, so translating that impact into monetary terms is very important, but it comes through monitoring, that discipline of monitoring. And of course, testing your systems. Again, at the bank we are, we consistently do simulation tests. Or how do the executives respond when there is an attack, when there is a ransomware attack and things like that. So we do that kind of simulation to prepare the organization, because as we are trying to protect, there are people trying to break in. So it's really around people, process, and the technologies that you have in place. Thank you.
Sorry, Maurice, I know we're out of town. Just to add, because she asked so honestly, what are you doing to protect my data? So just in addition to what she said, I think today rarely will you hear a fintech giving the regulator any props. I don't know. We're rarely saying nice things about the central bank. But I think for this one, I'll give the central bank, I think, some kudos, because they really whip us into shape. As fintech, in addition to what she said, we've got all manner of, we have to have an information security person. We have to follow the Anti-Money Laundering Act. Are we collecting data the right way? We've got to double verify your KYC, your KYB, even though you've given us the right data, which is signed and certified like he doesn't like to see. We've got all these different processes in place just to protect you as the customer. We've got to have another data center or another site in case something is down. Everything is obsessed over protecting the customer. But I think for me, what's critical, and I think something that we can't afford to overlook, is data. Most of the attacks that we have are simply from somebody observing data. It's too much money going out from the same person at the same time. It's too much traffic in this service at the same time. Somehow at this time, the service is always down. So it just speaks to the reason that we're here. Follow the data. Where's the data? Show me the data. If we actually invest in somebody, not just because we can do all these policies, tick a box and tell the central bank we're compliant, wonderful. But if nobody is following the data, if nobody is paying attention to your patterns, we had an incident recently where somebody was robbed of, I think, 80-something million. I won't say in the bank because, yeah. And the way they were able to catch it before that account was completely drained is because somebody smart just said, this person has never transacted at an agent. It's always swipe. And then they noticed some amounts, agent in Kajansi, and that's the power of data. So do we have the tools to harness that data? Because they were able to immediately block and call and say, are you in Kajansi by any chance? They'd never gone to an agent. But it's simply, is anybody paying attention to the data? Follow the data. Are there tools to harness, tools to analyze? It takes us back to why we're here. So I think if we embrace, your data is safer, your money is safer, if we embrace data.
All right, Gloria, you'll come in, but allow me ask Peter to say something. Peter, yes?
Yes, a very good afternoon. Peter Mogenyi is the name. I look after data, Stanbic. And coincidentally, my question is to Gloria. It's just to appreciate to help us understand how we can remove the blurriness around consent management. And perhaps maybe this might have been asked earlier, but we're thinking about how, I think looking beyond banking, the likes of NSSF, we're trying to get as much inclusion by making sure people understand products, services, and all. And then we also have the law that will tell us not to, will be very specific in terms of not sharing information to reach out to different customers or clients. How do we use the law, or how do we make the law work for us so that that blurriness on consent management is not an impediment in itself, but really an enabler for us to be able to broaden reach?
There was a hand there. Yes, lady at the back.
Good afternoon. My name is Joanne Kironga. I'm a data scientist at Stanbic Bank. Rita, thank you for representing us up there. I know the questions have been hot, but when you keep people's finances, you have to embody the trust, and there are a lot of questions that come. So my question goes to Gloria. So my question was triggered by Dr. Muhumuza's presentation, and what I could tell was that global data sets and models in AI can exclude our regions like Uganda, the African continent. Therefore, there's usually a gap in representation and insights. I think because most of the insights he presented did not have a representation of our continent. So do we have a national data infrastructure, and how can we contribute to this infrastructure and maybe capacity building so that we can have some representation, some inclusivity of our underrepresented regions globally? Thank you.
All right, thank you. So allow me come back here. We need to wrap this up because also Rita has another engagement. I don't want to lose her on the panel. It will look very weird when there's a gap in the middle. So we'll start with you, Gloria, because we want you to speak to the questions asked. Then I'll take your last reflections.
Thank you very much for the various questions raised. First of all, I appreciate the fact that this symposium is creating an aware citizen. So you are aware of the laws and regulations in place, and now you're looking at how you can enhance them in your respective capacities as you do your work. We have the data protection and privacy law in place. That is the one, as much as we are talking about data, there's no way you can start talking about data and then you leave out personal data. So we have a law in place that is helping us to work out on the aspect of mitigating anything that does anything to do with the misuse of this data. So the law is in place. We also have cyber security policies in place. We are working with various MDAs to make sure that you all create your own national, your all institution policies to guard your core mandate or to guard your core infrastructure that you're working on, even working with the likes of URA, the likes of Ministry of Security, the likes of all the banking sector. There is a CERT, a Cybersecurity Incident Response Team, that has all collaboration of the CERT within the telecom sector, the CERT within the banking sector, to guard and protect your data. Yes, the truth be told, we are being targeted over and over, and I know that the banks will never accept this. They are losing a lot of money because of cyber security crime. But there are mechanisms in place, so it is up to us as users or up to us as institutions to make sure that we guard. I will look at what NITA-U is doing. Vela Kugad. How many of us have heard about Vela Kugad? Vela Kugad. Everything of yours is on your phones, on your smartphones, on those fancy iPads. But you reach home, you put I have that habit. I put my phone, and my kids have access to all my passwords. Sometimes because of ease, I leave the entry password as the same as my banking password, as the same as the work password. I'm just giving an example. Don't get it. You put it there, and you leave your kids get the gadgets. And the next time somebody is withdrawing money on your mobile money and you're wondering what has happened, Bela Kugad. So there are a number of initiatives that our government is doing. With respect to data and national data inconsistency, sometimes I like to whip myself because I'm government and a number of government institutions. Inconsistency on reporting mechanism. This information is supposed to be handled by the Uganda Bureau of Statistics. We all provide this there. So I like to take this conversation to stand big on capacity building because we need it. we need to make sure that our indicators are better represented out there. So we are going to come to you, work with you, boss, and UCC and NITA as we collect this data that is supposed to give a better reflection of who we are. So I thank you.
All right, thanks, Gloria. Rowena, in your parting shots, I still had several questions for you, but in your minute, if you could speak to one, the issues around the skills gap and the budget limitations for fintechs to be able to become profitable, because it really speaks to what you said, data is king, and also speak to how these data-driven insights transform the fintech landscape, because it's going to be important that you are, as a fintech space, driving this conversation.
Okay, so I'll make it quick. One was the budget limitations. I think as startups, as MSMEs, as local innovators or companies, capital is really not our asset. It's not an asset for us. I think our biggest asset as local companies is creativity and collaboration. The moment you figure out what to innovate around, what to do different, and find collaborations, you will be able to automatically reduce your spend. At RukaPay, we build partnerships, not departments. So you won't find us hiring 28 people to do the same thing. And why has this been possible? Because of data and AI. So if you've got the systems, if you've got the data, you've got somebody that you've trained, because it's important to train them. If you've got somebody that's trained and can analyze the data, then you don't need 28 people to do what one trained person with a system and the right data can do. So I think when it comes to money, creativity and collaborations are our biggest asset. When it comes to thinking about, what is the second question?
This, when you speak to profitability for
inclusion.
fintechs, yes.
Yeah, I think I mentioned that already. Inclusivity gives you a larger playing field. It gives you more people to innovate for. It gives you more problems to solve. It actually gives you more opportunity. But also what inclusivity does, you see, data tells you, for us as fintech, the numbers tell us who's transacting, how many people are transacting, but the numbers also tell us how many people are not transacting. So it then just points you into the direction of opportunity. Do you want to go where everybody else is automating? Do you want to go and start trying to fight with MTN and Airtel and have the better wallet than? No, because there's X number of people with X number of consumer behavior patterns, with these needs, with this problem, with this potential, who need you to innovate for them. So inclusivity helps you predict the patterns, make it easier, but more importantly, it's intertwined with profitability. So we start following, again, follow the data. Follow the data. Numbers will show you where there is money and where there's opportunity for money. I think that's important.
All right. And Rita, the regulator, is still in the room. The fact that the governor left doesn't mean we don't have the regulator. So Mile will speak last after this, just for her to share her reflections from the conversation. Where do we go from here?
Yeah, and I think I'll keep my response short because it's clear, for the most part, we sit back and wait for the regulator to guide. But I think in this era of AI, which, at times people say is, ungovernable because it's changing constantly, is to really, I think it's a call to action that how do we evolve the AI conversation together with the central bank, not to sit back and wait for them. I know we are sitting back and waiting for the open API, guidelines, but how can we co-create this, co-evolve anything that is new when it comes to emerging technologies together with the central bank so that we are able to move at the same pace and not wait, 5 years, down the line. Yeah.
Edson, similar question. You clearly are an IT guy. So, how do we then champion this conversation that we're having in this room? How do we get everyone on board to appreciate, as everyone has said here today, that data is the future?
I think, first of all, we have a tendency of assuming that maybe around there, the people we're working with, we're at the same level of understanding the benefits of AI and data analytics, which is a wrong assumption. So I'm thinking the starting point, first of all, maybe management, it is more of doing assessment and you understand the level of AI literacy and data literacy of your employees, because they are the employees, that's the key asset you have before you talk about technology. Right now, there are quite a number of tools, more of pick and drop, that different people, whichever level they are at, that they can use and create value. But the fact that they don't even know what they don't know, they remain stuck using traditional approaches. So I'm thinking we just need to do that first step of preaching the gospel of AI literacy. The second point is also to more of bringing the strategy close to home. Sometimes also we may talk big in terms of where you want to use expensive technologies to solve small problems. So I'm thinking we need again to evaluate. It's more of for every initiative to look at cost-benefit analysis, look at the value you want to generate, which should equal the technology you want to use. And with that much, I'm thinking then we can see achieving sustainable growth within our area of operation. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, can we appreciate our panelists? So Miss Millie will speak last after this. You know, we will just want to just give, first of all, invite Arthur for a photo with the panelists. So cameraman, stand by. I'll ask you to be upstanding and have a photo with our host, and then also allow for the few who have, or you want to say something? The few who have, and I really want to apologize to both, before, I know he won't say it. Me, I want to apologize to Gloria and Edison. Your plex will come, right? Because it is Percy's who is, I think, is available. So we will give those, the ones we have, and then yours two will also come, all right? So I'll ask the teams to bring the plex for those who are available. And Gloria, you will receive for Julian, but yours will also come because she was, of course, in touch with us and has been part of this conversation. Please bring. You can bring all of them. I'll guide Arthur on who is giving what. And also to appreciate our keynote speaker. So I think Percy will also receive on behalf of his boss. Yeah, but Percy, this is yours. Please come first for yours. Can we appreciate Percy on behalf of NSSF? His was also available already because he was meant to be on the panel, but he delegated, which is very effective. We want to thank you. Please stay. We want to have a photo with you, sir. Rita? Can we appreciate Rita, ladies and gentlemen? Rowena? Can we appreciate Rowena? And Gloria takes for her boss. Yeah. It's for actually Dr. Hatwip. Yeah, so you're representing. Can we appreciate Nita, you, ladies and gentlemen? And we'll invite Percy to take his boss's package. Oh, Edison, you should come. No, both of you should actually represent because you're taking the big man's NSF, the big man's package. His is bigger. You want to speak to this? Is something, because those who are not here missed the very wonderful package. Yes.
So we are here because of friendship. And from the last symposium, Percy became a friend, but not just Percy, but also his boss, Patrick. I wrote a letter asking them for sponsorship, and they responded the same day. And we are largely here because NSSF allowed to sponsor us. And on that note, I want to thank Percy, Edison. We've really been battling this for the last 6 months, and Patrick for making this happen once again. And I believe that with your commitment, next year will even be bigger.
That's what they call effective leadership. One day, within 24 hours, you get a reply. Unlike my brother who's still waiting for his document to be uploaded. You're still checking. Okay. Can we have our group photo? Can we now have our group photo? Yes. Mile, please come so you can join them and represent the regulator. Who is Mile? Yes. Mile is a director of statistics at the Bank of Uganda. So the regulator is still in the room. Please join. I like this photo. Very gender balanced. Yes. We need to sandwich the men. Yeah. There you go. Cameraman, ensure. The Mile's boss got his package, so don't worry. She's not holding any because they already received theirs. And once again, I want to request that we appreciate our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause. All right, thank you. I'll invite Mile, you can use the podium here. Feel free to share your reflections. There were a couple of questions around the regulator. You could speak to those too. And then I'll invite Arthur for the final reflections. Yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Nalukwago Mili Isingoma. I'm actually AI. Bunyoro and Buganda. I integrate, I interoperate. This is great. I would like to thank Arthur and the team, Maurice, everyone who's organized this. It's such a great event and timely. After Michael speaking, I'll also not go into details. He actually pitched what we are here for, so I'm here to break it down. He visions, I implement, and I hope you all have such structures. So I'd like to first point us to something we've probably not talked about, and something that we statisticians or people who are interested in data sometimes forget. Systems that have been built, everything that we are working with has not been intended to generate data, apart from just a few. So the intention is to provide service. So we need to strike a balance between having efficient service and generating the data. The beauty with data is that when you create a system to provide service, the data is very important because it is what will bring transparency, it's what will bring efficiency, and it is what will help you build or know whether your systems are working. We've been having challenges where the systems are built, but data is not taken care of. I want to thank the panelists and whoever has been talking about data. That data is very important, but not as important as the service. So we need to be able to deliver that service and also take charge or collect or work with the data that comes out. So that means at the point that the system is being developed, the people who are looking at the data or who are in charge of the data need to be part of that process right from the beginning. So for those who are passionate about data, we need to know that it is the service, the solution that is being looked for. However, data is important. So I want to wrap up what I've picked from the panelists, right from Governor, Dr. Muhumuza, Arthur, the discussions in the room. We've talked so much about collecting data from others, what is it government is doing. And my friends in the room here, it starts with us. It starts with you as an individual. So before we look at what is government doing, before we look at what is URA doing, before we look at what is task managers doing or whoever, what are you doing, you as a person? So let's look at data, us as individuals, us as leaders, and in our institutions. I like what you already said. Why are you siloed within the institution? So it starts with the institution. and also you as an individual. So from what we've picked, we need to be able to get data that is fit for purpose. Know your data. There's so much data out there. But it's very important for you to know your data. What data do you need? Carefully define your data needs. Be keen on the metadata. I've not heard a word about metadata. But metadata is the explanatory data of your data. That is very key if you're going to interoperate data, if you're going to understand your data, if you're going to make your data efficient. One other thing we've shied away from is the cost. All this we are talking about is not cheap. You're going to have to invest in storing the data, but you don't want to store repeated variables. You don't want to store the name of your client 30 times. That will take up a lot of your space, and you will be paying through your nose. You don't want to create a lot of compute. I want to assume most of us here understand what I mean when I'm talking about compute, but I'll just break it down a little. So compute is when you're tasking the system to run through a lot of data, and yet some of this, you don't need it, or some of it is repeated. So you must take keen interest in being able to know what does my data say, in order for you to also collaborate with the other institutions. So the call is, let's know our data and be able to relate to the other institutions, but also internally. We need to skill our people. That has been talked about. But what kind of skilling and tooling and retooling are we looking at? I think it was Rowena talked about the young innovators. And I would like to share experience we've picked from India and across, and in Bank of Uganda, and I imagine that's what must be happening in NSSF and some of your institutions. Please don't look very far for consultants. Go to the Gen Zs. They've been born in this era of technology. So they are born with this skill. Pick them right from school and connect them to the knowledge experts. Because this AI and technology is coming like a tool. It's just like how you learned English. Those who can't speak English can't communicate here. It's just like how you learned how to use computers. The copy typists are out of jobs. So that is what AI and technology is bringing on board. It does not take away the knowledge that you have with you. So kindly get your knowledge experts. Don't throw them out because they are BBC. What was that? Before? Yeah. They are very key. They are very key in this process. And if we are going to take charge, like the governor said, what part are we playing? Those knowledge experts are very key. So get a knowledge expert who is about to retire, like myself, and get a Gen Z. Let them work together. Let this knowledge expert task the Gen Z to transform what they are doing into the IT space. I like what Percy said. The lawyers are no longer going through those very heavy books. So what is being done at NSSF is similar to what is being done at Bank of Uganda. Most institutions might think, let's do an AI onto our website for our clients. Do not forget your staff. How are you empowering your staff to work better? The complaint about 3 months to clear, maybe people are reading so much, I don't know. So how are we empowering our staff? So let's get these tools and support the staff. At Bank of Uganda, similar to NSSF, we've also got all the circulars all the circulars and the administration manual and the laws that we use, and we've automated them into a BOU chart for staff internally. So that when you're performing your duties, you no longer have to look for all those documents. You just type in, and it's like a chat GPT. So let's empower ourselves internally, whether small, whether big, we can be able to do this because it has been done. So that is in the area of the skilling. In the area of getting this data together, like I said, systems are developed not for the data. The data is a byproduct. For those who are a little older, I'll give an example of the maize milling. Whenever maize would be milled, the husks would be thrown away. I don't know if some people remember. But nowadays, those husks are used for animal feeds, and including some human food. So that is the transformation. Data can no longer be ignored. It has to be harnessed and utilized. So how do you harness it? You do not want to stress the service provision of the other systems. So you have to have a centralized platform where you bring in this data. Modern platforms are allowing for a lake where you just dump everything. Then they are allowing for an analysis or area, and then a warehouse. And in there, you must be able to understand the data, have the metadata, make it interoperate, to be able to use it across the institution. So how do we remove silos from internally? And after you've understood your data internally is when you can look for Gloria. Gloria, what are you doing for us? Is when you can move out. So start with yourself internally, and it will be able to support you. So let's not look out all the time. Like I've said, let's make it easy for staff. And I think it was Rita who said, this data sits in the business. That's the reason I'm here as Director of Statistics. We have IT and all that. But I'll tell you that whoever has a statistics function, you can no longer manage statistics without IT. It's a marriage. At Bank of Uganda, I work with the IT team handling the warehouse and the platform on a daily basis. And why is that? I think some discussants were saying these people are analyzing everything out there. We are all open, yes, including the methods we have learned, the correlation matrices and all those. We learned all from the developed world. So we may as well take charge of this AI that is here now. I'll tell you that whoever is a statistician in this room, all the methods we've been proud of are in the Pythons and the Rs. So all you have to do now is make sure that your data is clean, your data is complete, your data is reliable. The rest, it's a click of a button. And the speed at which this... So it is just getting the methods we've been having in our books, in the econometrics books and everywhere, and putting it into the computer. Are you going to survive? You must be able to survive. So let's look at how we bring on board those homegrown solutions that we've talked about by taking advantage of the young people. And I'd like to share, I think Rowena talked about follow the data. Show me the data. I worked in URF for 27 years, and all those people there are my friends. And they know I always followed the data. And in Bank of Uganda, we are following the data. I know financial markets and who have put the policies in place, but we are coming with supervision technology. And that is going to ensure we are getting in the data near real time on a daily basis. So we're going to be seeing all this. Of course, taking into consideration the privacy and what all that is in place. We are also having a mobile money project. I'm sure you've interacted with this. So those are things we are putting in place to follow the data. We are going to be doing the analytics, and we will be able to get back to you with the insights. So this conference is very key. That it's not about collecting all this information. What are you getting out of it? And is it purposeful information? My friends, there's so much information out there. If you do not work on the beginning part, you're going to bring in rubbish. And you're going to be overwhelmed with the cost of storing and computing. So the start is very key. Take time, put together a strategy, structure your governance. Governance is key, and it starts with leadership. Again, Rowena said, innovators know how to not get buy-in from the leaders. And I want to call upon the innovators in this room. If you're working in any institution, please innovate around the problems. Look at the strategic plan. Talk to your supervisor. Talk to your head of department. Have the emotional intelligence to know what is it that... Don't just go innovating. Innovate in line with the institution direction. That is when you'll get a budget. That is when you'll get buy-in. Move with your leaders, because whatever you're innovating is not for you. If it were for you, you would be the head of that institution. So whatever you're innovating is to serve someone else. Work with that person right from the beginning. And to the leaders, it starts with us. Provide a platform. I stand here proudly because Michael has just been here. And wow, what a speech he gave. And you can see I'm covered, not so? Yes, Pase was here, and you can see what's happening. So it starts with the leaders. So whoever is a leader in this forum, please create a platform for your staff. These people are very brilliant. I'll tell you that where are these innovations? One time, we were saying that these whites are very brilliant. They've created phones. And one of the young chaps said, we're also brilliant. We can crack those codes they have put, and the phones can work here without being traced. They've created cars, but we can repair the cars and they'll run for so many more years. So do not undermine the brilliance of your people. They will be able to provide solutions so that we are not having to pay too many licenses. A number of institutions are moving away from the Oracle licenses into SQL, but so many other institutions are developing their own products. I'll tell you that Bank of Tanzania, they are developing internally. Central Bank of Kenya, they had the licenses, they are now developing, using, and I think that is what Edson, yeah, I think that's what Edson said, is that we need to allow our people to develop solutions. And I think he also said that the event of AI allows us to explore. But if we don't know, then we are in the dark. So let's explore. To IT, we really depend, because again, there's so much available. There are all these apps, the tools, you can put anything in ChatGPT. But just know that if you're working for an institution and you keep checking with ChatGPT, how do I summarize this and what, the next time you ask that how would I do this, or if anyone in the world asks, just know you're out there. It's just out there because it is collecting. And if anyone asks that, for example, how do I get leave in NSSF, they'll probably be able to know. Do you want everything out there? Maybe not. So for IT, we are depending on IT, whoever is in IT here, to help us assess which tools are safe. And I think as institutions, you need to have an infrastructure or a policy or whatever in place to ensure that the tools that the staff are using are safe. Because there are tools which are safe, and there are things you can do to make them safe. And it comes to what Ojambo said, why are you closing me out? So the call to the IT here is that yes, AI is in business, but we are depending on you, not to close us out, but to protect. How are you protecting your respective institutions to allow them to use, but it is protected internally? At Bank of Uganda, that's what we are doing. That's why we've provided for staff a chat that is internal. Whatever is being processed internally is internal. If you went to ChatGPT, you won't get it. But internally, whoever has the ID or the access will be able to access internally. So I would like to appreciate what has come through. Data governance and analytics. I think Rita talked about the structure, the governance. That is key. How many of us here have a structure in place? AI, data governance, starts to break the hierarchies. If you're going to be able to manage AI or data governance in the institution, you have to have cross-functional committees. Is there an IT person? Is there a core business person? Is there a statistician? How many of us have created those? And I think that's what Rita was bringing out. The governance, the structure. How do you collect, store, analyze, disseminate your data? So it's important that we take home that. Do we have a single source of truth? And for you to be able to manage data, it needs to be in one place. Otherwise, everyone in the institution will be giving out information, and you want to depend on that. So that is key. So takeaways from here, friends, it starts with the leadership. I am evidence here of the leadership. PASS is evidence of the leadership, and many others. Our heads of institution are passionate about this. Leaders are visionary. So you should be able to vision. I think Siraj talked about it. Don't plan for now. Plan for tomorrow. As the leader, in whichever area, if you're leading 2 staff or leading yourself or leading 30 or 40, 100, 1,000, plan for the future. So you as an individual, let me take an example of myself who did statistics at school. I as an individual, what is my future? My future is data science, and I'm training. And Pastor talked about it. He took the initiative to train, because right now, I have talked to people in school, and it's unfortunate Dr. Muhumza is not here, but whoever is in school, those in Makerere, please train our children for the future. Eliminate these notes that you wrote 20 years ago, that you read in the arenas. I don't know if that's still happening. I have talked to some people who have come for internship, and every time you ask, what's the difference between structured and unstructured data? They don't know. Chambogo, Makerere, they all don't know. So what are you training them for? Especially statisticians. Statisticians can no longer work now if they have not added. They are now becoming like doctors or lawyers. You come out of Makerere, you have to add data science, because everything is in there. I'm not saying statistics is not key. It is key, but everything is in there. So how are we? How are we empowering ourselves? So you, whoever you are as an individual, how are you empowering yourself? Then you're able to empower the people that you lead. So all this that has been talked about here, operationalizing, having impact, it all begins with the leadership. I had an example of Rwanda. If you try to dig deeper, it starts from the very top. Yeah. So here, you may not be at the top, but wherever you are at the top. To know your data, and in knowing your data, please make sure you know the metadata. It's not about collecting these variables. Whoever you ask data from, ask them for the metadata. You are going to make wrong decisions if you don't know what those variables mean. That is very key. Skill and retool yourselves. Somehow we are in a transition of a revolution. So some of us, I don't know whether fortunate or unfortunate, but now we have to depend on our Gen Zs. I actually came with my Gen Z there. I should emulate Arthur. Henry, you should stand up. He has just finished his Form 4. But when he takes down what the computer or the phone can do, I am listening. And it's not about school. I keep telling you, it is about the era within which these Gen Zs have been born. I have new staff. We call them the 26 at Bank of Uganda. But as soon as they came in, I told them I want this automated, the other one in Power BI dashboards, and I can tell you, there are 3 of them. They've all developed dashboards. All this information is on YouTube, is where, so just throw them in the deep end. Just get a knowledge expert and a Gen Z. And for you, the knowledge expert, just tell the Gen Z, I want this to be done like this, and let them free. First of all, these people do not want to be there 8 to 9, clock in, clock out. So just give them that and set them free. Give them a platform and everything, just that IT, you need to protect us, and we free these people to take us to the next revolution. We know age is a normal thing. We are many here who are BBCs, but even if we try to join, we will still go. So how are we preparing those coming after us? So I want to close by saying, move yourself as an individual. We are in a revolution. Like Governor said, this is a revolution. So how are you moving? Because you don't know how many years you have. You might, you might grow old up to 90. What are you going to do? You can no longer say, I'm in BBC, you'll be finished. There'll even be no village for you. So take charge of this revolution. Move yourself, move your people. I know each and every one of you here has people you are in charge of. Even if it's just a driver or a maid or children or what, move your people. There's a reason you are here today. Take charge, and there's a reason this room is still full up to this time. I think we should clap for ourselves. It's not every day that the conference runs up to this time and is full. So I want to take the conclusion
And so for me, from a faith perspective, this is, again, the work of God. Because you get to a point where it can only be God to pull it off. In no particular order, Lisa Kusima, who is busy streaming live, would you like to come here? Because these are these are people to give you business. I want to, let me look at the logos, I think. Kin Karisa, again, gave us coverage. And we have Next Media in the room. Ian, I think you are somewhere there. DigPrint has done all the printing. Every book you see here printed, he has done it pro bono. We are not... Africa Data Age, as usual, did a lot of things, and I think most of the people here have been invited by Africa Data Age. We also have the gallant staff of Africa Data Age behind, please. We have the people, thank you very much. When it comes to cybersecurity, those are the guys, and they are working with almost every bank in the country right now. Pro Entertainment, I saw him behind. Last time he escaped, but I would like him to come here. Pro Entertainment, Ismail Semwanga, a former boss at Equity Bank. All that good lighting you see, this stage, this screen, it's him who has offered it for the second time. If you have an event and you want this kind of mood, Pro Entertainment are the guys. They have done this for the second time, and I can't thank them enough, other than asking you guys to give them business. I want to ask to Twine Shots. Where are you, Twine Shots? You are somewhere. Twine Shots. Twine Shots is the biggest photographer we have in Uganda right now. The biggest. Please come this side. Twine Shots is the biggest photographer we have here. And you have seen so many photographers. You hardly see an event where you have this many photographers in one room. He has given us this event for literally nothing, barely nothing. He's stream living, he's doing video coverage. He has given us our photos. I hope everyone has received your photos. Yeah, so everyone has received your photos. We will just send you a link to get all the other photos. Sign engineering,